seriously.
Okay, perfect. So just to start with, I just want some brief about your profile. Me to say, what are the activities and how me to say you are with this SAP, other than me to say not the product system side, but the one which you have worked on, your daily activities and the things which you are working on,
Okay,
and what type
sure.
of projects you have handled. So that would be some beneficial for me to explain you in a right manner.
Sure. So I started my career as a FICO consultant in 2005, 2006, and in one of the project, I got to work with the HR team, and I thought that okay, HR is more interesting to me than the FICO, and I moved to the HR, and I learned payroll, and I became payroll consultant. And I have been working with FICO and HR for a long time. And I did a couple of corporate training, individual training as well.
Mhm.
And recently I got a project for project system.
Mhm.
And that is the oil and gas industries. I have been working with the oil and gas industries as well. But this
Okay.
industry is the rig manufacturer. Like they
Okay.
are not manufacturing, but they are purchasing parts from different resources, and they
Mhm.
are putting together that rig
Okay.
in different offshore, onshore, wherever it is demand. They are just putting
Uh-huh.
together.
Okay. Okay. Mhm. So, any other industries other than oil and gas which you have worked on?
No, not like a coffee or food industry in the beginning.
Mhm.
Other than that, I have mainly worked with the oil and gas industries.
Okay. So, even in that oil and gas industries, you were into this payroll, HR payroll, right?
Correct, correct. And this
Oh.
project system, this is not oil and gas industry. You cannot call it this oil and gas industry because they are not
Mhm.
producing any oil. They are
Uh-huh.
just manufacturing, I'm sorry, assembling different parts of rigs
Okay.
to
Different parts of
rigs,
rigs. Okay.
oil rigs,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
offshore, offshore and onshore both sides.
So, they are just assembling the parts, right?
Yeah, yes, they are assembling the parts. They are purchasing different parts from different resources and putting
Okay.
together.
So they are getting the raw materials and semi-finished products from other vendors, and then they are clubbing those and to get a finished product in their plant or site.
Correct, correct.
Okay, fine. So kind of mini manufacturing. Okay.
Mhm.
And now in this specific scenario or the project which you have got a requirement to work on power system side, do you know what kind of project that they are working on? I mean to say, because I'm not sure if you are familiar with the type of projects we have in power systems. So I'll just give. Are you aware of that or different types of projects that we have in power systems?
Well, and external, I know, but still, I want you to just go through with the
Okay,
very
okay,
detail.
fine, fine, sure. Definitely, I will give that in a detailed way. But so once I will give that different types of words, I just want you to let me know what kind of project that you have got a requirement. Okay, so let me start with that. So initially in the project system side, because project systems module is a integrated model with all the other modules. Once we have this, usually the product system model will be implemented in very high scale industries. So as I have also worked on this oil and gas and other manufacturing and life sciences and telecommunications and all bit auto. Sales order as a master data and material as a master data in SD and MM. Whereas in product systems, we have master data like each and every we call it as a master data, like product definition, WBS element, networks, activities, milestones, So all this you can call it as a master data in product system side, and
Mm-hmm.
it has a huge. Sorry.
No, no, no. I'm just saying yes.
Okay, okay, fine. Yeah, yeah. And it has a huge integration with the other modules. So that integration comes into picture based upon the type of project which we are working on. So in project systems, basically we have two different types of projects, like
Yes.
internally financed
Mm-hmm.
and external financed. So this internally finance, the name itself indicates that the finance or the financial activities or the budget, whatever we are going to use for developing this project, will be given by the company, or else will be bear by the company itself. So, and whereas the external finance project, but once we have this project in it is fully developed or something like that, then we can, if at all, if that is an some asset or something like that, or if it's the software which we have been developed. So once we sell this asset or the software, then we are going to get some revenue with that. So that will be a different part. But as of now, internally financed projects are the one which will be paid by the company. The investment, whatever we need for that to be developed, will be paid by internal company itself. Whereas the
Mm-hmm.
externally financed will be financed by the customer, because we have say for example we have sales in our industry, so we'll be getting a requirement from the customer, and we'll have an agreement between the customer and the company, saying that so and so products to be delivered in this quantity by this timeline. So this agreement will be keeping with the customer, and will be releasing the billing invoices to the customer accordingly. So once we reach all the milestones, or once we have the specific product ready to be delivered to the customer, then the final invoice will be raised to the customer, and customer will be paying us, which will be our revenue. So develop this specific product or something. So we, even in this scenario, we have multiple scenarios, like whether that product is readily available. If not, whether we need to manufacture it in our plant and then deliver to the customer. So
Mm-hmm.
based on this, we will be having different scenarios how we are going to handle this externally financed projects.
Okay.
So coming to the internally financed, we have like so capital projects and expense projects. There's some R&D projects. So these are some different kinds of projects which are being classified as an internally financed projects.
Mm-hmm.
So in capital projects, so the capital projects itself, we will be capitalizing that. So which will be handling with assets. So once we have this project structure defined, so as I said, the master data will be like the definition, the case element, networks, activities, milestones. So once we have this structure as defined as per the business requirement, so say for example, I'm taking first initial example with the capital projects. So capital projects, even in capital projects, say for example, the industry which we are working on is a construction industry. Just taking as an example, so which is going to construct some buildings or something like that. So in this specific industry, so we'll be having what we call so the site preparation, and then we'll be having the person who will be working on that, the labor will be working to construct that specific building. So all these things we need to capture. So product systems mainly is used for the reporting purpose. That's the main motto of this product systems, where you can capture all the cost and revenue of that specific project and you can view that in a single report as well. We have multiple reports, and we can also customize a few of the reports as per our requirement. But point systems will give you a wide view. It's a single view where we can see all the cost and the revenue that has been incurred on that specific project, and whether we are into profits or loss by seeing that P&L account and the balance sheet account. Because generally, once we come to the month end or the year end, when we are going to see this P&L accounts and the balance sheet accounts, so instead of waiting for that specific period, we can see itself from the power system side itself whether we are in profits or loss based upon the cost and the revenue that has been captured on the project.
Okay.
So first, say for example, we are going to construct a building where it has a three floors building. So for that, we'll be having the project definition saying that so and so building name, and we have the different levels of WBS elements based upon construction how we are going to do. So so we'll be having one level one WBS element, and we can create multiple level 2 and level 3 WBS elements. It's not the case that we cannot create multiple level 1 WBS elements, but the ideal process in project systems is we'll be having only level 1 WBS as single one, and we can have multiple level 2 and level 3 WBS elements where we can post some actuals on that specific WBS element. In capital
Okay.
projects, once you post all the cost to the WBS element, the settlement receiver will be either AUC or the final asset.
So, Sameer, you are saying that I can maintain all the cost on WBS element as well. Can I
Right.
work without network and activities on the only based on WBS element?
Yes, you can definitely. But the thing is, you cannot procure some materials against the WBS element directly. So if, say, for example, you have some $1,000 of cost to be posted on that WBS element, so you can directly post some general entry, and you can see the WBS is capturing the cost, like debiting one account and crediting the other account, but using the cost object as a WBS element. So as you are from FICO background, I think you'll be aware of creating this general entry and using the cost object,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
So
Mhm.
instead of even without the network activities, you can directly capture the cost on the WBS element as well. But you don't have this procurement relevant cost posted against the WBS element. Mean to say, even the procurement cost you can post it. That's not a problem. But the thing is, the purchase requisition or the purchase order will not be driven by PS side. It will be driven from the materials management side,
Side. Okay.
right?
So that means
So,
if I
uh-huh,
have WBS structure without network and activity, I
uh-huh,
can plan in CJ40 just for
uh-huh.
WBS structure, and I can capture the actual cost, and then I can compare as well.
Exactly, you can do that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
even say for example in the material management, so this will be in two ways. Like say for example, they have created a purchase requisition which has been created from the side, and they have created a PO. And once you create that PO, and you can see that in the account assignment tab, you can use the WBS element which the product systems person has created.
Mhm.
So once you use that WPS element in the account assignment tab, once you do the GR against that PO, you can able to see the actuals that has been captured on the WPS element, even though we don't have the network activity.
Okay.
So in a similar way, if we have the network activity, then the purchase requisition, because it will be automatically created from the product system side itself. Because you can see at
Mm-hmm.
the material component level, a PR will be generated automatically. And with respect to that PR, the MM team will be going to create the PO. And by default, in the PO, you don't need to give any account assignment, because by default, it will be a network activity since that
Mm-hmm.
PR has been generated from the PS point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And there you can see, because if you have these materials, all of them under the product system side, so we have few reports where you can see what are all the PRs and POs that are open with this WBS element or under that specific project.
Mm-hmm.
So, so yeah, so to be precise, to answer your question, so yes, we can capture the cost against the WBS element without the network activities as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So coming to this capital projects, what I'm saying is the settlement receiver, because the main difference we can find between this type of projects is the settlement receiver.
Mhm.
So the settlement receivers will be, so for the capital projects, it will be either AUC or the final asset. So AUC is nothing but asset under construction,
Mhm.
and the settlement receivers for the expense projects and R&D projects will be the cost center. And for the externally financed project, the settlement receiver will be in the profitability segment.
Or which one? Internal and external finance?
Yeah, for external finance, it will be profitability segment.
Hmm.
The settlement receiver will be because so you heard about this COPA.
Yes, I heard about it.
Okay, yeah. So that is the one. The COPA is the one object in which we will be using the settlement receiver for the externally financed products, where we have these customers involved and the revenue capturing on that product systems.
Okay.
Okay. So that differentiates between what type of project which we are working on. And coming back to these capital projects, say if at all if that capital project is a construction industry, and so we'll be developing some three-floor building or something, whatever it might be. So we'll be having
Mhm.
this cost planning done. So first, before going to these project systems, with the process flow of project systems will be like we'll be having project creation first,
Mhm.
project release, releasing, project planning, budgeting, project execution, period and activities,
Mhm.
and finally project closure. So this is a process flow for a project systems. So project creation phase where we are going to develop the structure, project structure with the project definition and the WBS elements. If at all, if required, we will be having the network activities and milestones as well. So this is the project creation phase. Whereas project releasing phase, this we can keep it before after project budgeting. Because system will not stop you releasing the project even though you don't have any planning or budgeting on that as a
Okay.
standard behavior. But if at all, if we have some, mean to say, because some business will be having some requirement saying that I don't want that to be released until unless it has been budgeted and planned done. So in that requirements, we can have some user status configured. Based on that, the system will not allow you to release the WBS element until unless the planning and the budgeting has been done on that. So
Okay.
that depends upon business to business, the requirement, but ideally we can do in this way. So you can have the product creation, as I said, we'll be having the product structure with all the WBS element network activities and the milestones, whichever required for that specific project. And then we'll be having the
Mhm.
project planning. So planning can be done in multiple ways. In SAP standard, we have four different types of planning. So
Mhm.
easy cost planning is the one, and hierarchical cost planning, unit cost planning, and detailed cost planning. So these are the four different types of plannings that are available in SAP standard. Okay. So
Mhm.
in many of the cases, we'll be going with hierarchical cost planning, uh, and
Excuse me.
in some cases, mhm,
Sorry, you said easy cost planning, hierarchy planning, unit cost planning, and what is the last one?
detailed cost planning.
Oh, detail. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll do one thing. So whatever I have just typed it over here, I'll just prepare some document for you so that you can go through that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So meanwhile, you can also take some notes. So these are four different types of planning what we have. So ideally, we'll be in multiple projects in wherever we have this huge big scale industries. We'll be using this hierarchical cost planning. So where we'll be having this planning profile to be configured, and how the planning to be. And also in this hierarchical planning, we have two different types of plannings. The one which you have said, which is CJ40, where we are going to plan against the project, against the WBS element. And
Are
we
you
also
showing
have this.
something? Because I see only the Excel sheet.
Yeah, I'm just showing the Excel sheet as of now.
Okay, okay,
Uh,
okay, okay,
yeah. So I'll show you that in the system as well. So I just want to brief about this process flow so that I'll be going into the system.
okay.
Okay. Yeah. So CJ40 is the one which will be going to do the cost planning against the WBS element. And we also have a CJ R2 transaction, which will be used to plan the cost against the WBS element as well as the cost element.
Mm-hmm.
And the next phase will be the project budgeting. So this project budgeting will be it can be done or it cannot be. It's based upon the project requirement and the business requirement. So, and if we have this budgeting in scope, then we'll be having this budget profiles and the tolerance for that specific project, and also we'll be having availability control check. All these things will be comes into picture when we have this project budgeting. And
Mm-hmm.
next comes project releasing. So until unless you release a specific project, you cannot perform any actuals or any postings on that specific WBS element. So releasing the
Mm-hmm.
project before execution is mandatory, because anyhow the system will throw an error message saying that the project system status is in created status. If at all, if you try to post some actuals on that WBS element. And once you release this project on the WBS element, then we are ready to start our project execution. So the project execution phase will be starting in such a way, like if at all, if that is a construction project, so we'll be getting all the raw materials, whatever we require for that, floors, the tiles, and to develop whatever the some plumbing work, etc., etc. So all the labor will be captured, and all the actuals that will be captured against a few WBS elements, the way how we design that. So once we have all these costs captured, so finally at the month end, so these are the period end activities. Either we can do that. So we'll be having the month end activities as well as the year end activities. So the month end activities which will be involved in product systems is like we'll be having the settlement. You'll be having also the results analysis, which will be mainly handled by the CO team. But in customer points, so the external finance points, we call has the example is the customer points. So in this customer points, you are going to see the results analysis is one of the key role, and it is a one of the month end activity which we need to run before running the settlement. And finally, the project closure is the phase where we are going to change the status of that specific project to technically completed, and then we'll be closing that specific project. And before this, the period and activities. So you once you settle that cost to AUC, say in construction project. So you will keep on settling that cost to AUC until unless the three floors of that specific building has been constructed completely. So now,
Mm-hmm.
say for example, 6 months of work and we are ready with that three floors of building. So until this 3 months, we'll be settling all the costs to this AUC, which we call as an asset under construction. And at the
Mm-hmm.
month, I mean to say 6 months, after 6 months, since we have this final asset ready, so the asset team will be creating the final asset for us. So once we have the final asset, we'll be using that asset as a settlement receiver in our point systems. And then we'll be settling this all the cost from AUC to this final asset.
Analysis. Okay.
Yeah. So once we have this all the costs settled to the final asset, you can see in the asset master data, you'll be able to see the capitalization date over there. The
Mm-hmm.
capitalization date is the date which in which period. Say for example, in this period you are going to settle the cost from AUC to final asset. So if you run the settlement on, say, but ideally the settlement will be run on at the month end. So say for example you have run it on 29th. So then you can see the capitalization date will be the month end date of this month. So say November 30 will be the capitalization date of that asset. Mean to say, so that asset is ready for capitalization, and now it is ready for depreciation as well. So the moment you have this asset capitalized, it will be ready to depreciate as well.
Okay.
Okay. Whereas in AUC, you cannot have any depreciation on that AUC because it's still under construction.
Mm-hmm.
Any doubts so far?
No, so far I'm good. Samir, I
Okay.
have
So,
just one request that we started today at 10. Can we do
mhm,
it like I'm free from tomorrow? Today's
mhm,
Tuesday, right? So from
right.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm
Mhm.
available in the morning time as well. Like
Okay.
your night and my morning.
Okay. 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 My night, I'm not pretty much sure, Rupal, because my regular work will be closing by 10 p.m. IST.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. Oh, okay.
yeah.
And
So
so in
after
your
that,
morning,
sorry.
can we start a little bit earlier, like 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. your time? This is going to be 9:30 my time.
Yeah. Actually, I tried for that because the thing is, I'm not sure if you're aware of because one of my uh, relative is in hospital due to some medical emergency. So I've been traveling
Okay,
to and
okay,
fro
okay.
from my home to hospital these days. So it will be hardly one or most probably 2 weeks. So by next week or by 18th, I can start from 9 a.m.
Okay, because I'm not available on 11. Oh, I'm available at night time, 11, 12, and 13.
11, 12, 13 at night time. Okay. Night. Okay, my night time, right?
No, 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 my night time. So we can
Okay,
keep
your
it
night.
continue this my night time, your morning time.
Okay, okay, fine. So the 10 a.m. is fine for you in this in these days. 11, 12, 13.
Correct. Uh-huh.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So I will let you know, Rupal, because maybe
Okay,
by
okay, sure,
around
sure. Sure. Sorry about that, but thank you so much for attending my class. Thank you.
no
Taking my
problem, Rupal.
class.
Thank you. My pleasure. Okay. So where we are, construction projects. Okay, these are the capital projects, AUC. Okay. So this is the process flow of a project systems. Now let me showcase you that in system once, how it looks like. I'm just taking one existing project, okay?
Okay. I can tell you that you can take okay, whatever
Okay,
you want.
no
Because I
problem.
was
You tell me
prepared.
if you have specific project, I can take the same, not a problem. Tell me.
No, I just created one project. Let me tell you, which is I think warehouse too. That has nothing, like only the yeah,
Warehouse
that
two.
one.
Okay. Okay, fine then. No, we'll take this, not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So you are used to this theme or any other theme?
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm fine with anything.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
using the
Because
old theme, but this is also fine because this is like related to Fury. It
right,
seems
right,
like Fury
right,
here.
right. Yeah. But actually, to be honest, even I like the old theme because whenever I used to give some trainings like this because some people prefer the advanced or else because this is nothing, not an advanced thing. It's just a look and feel. That's it.
Yeah, so I can if you prefer, I can go with our original screen.
Yeah, 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 sure. Okay, then let me go with that. So you have created this project from the scratch, or you have copied with any of the project which existing
Created
project?
from the scratch. I created from
Okay,
the scratch.
okay, okay, fine. So you have the project definition created, the WBS element, planning, design, construction, handover. Okay. Planning, you have created the activities.
I did not maintain, but I created. I know how to maintain, but still I want to learn it. Like as I said, that I am learning myself through books, SAP
Mhm.
materials and everything. So
Okay.
I know like in bits and pieces, like somebody says, okay, I know the scheduling, I know, but I do not know
Mhm.
like the confidence that I can say, oh, I'm master in it.
Right, right, right. Understood. Okay. This is actually design, architecture, design. Okay. So typically, so how you have created, this is how this project structure looks like. And this is the higher level, which is project definition. And so you can see in the project profile plays the key role over here. So
Mhm.
whichever you have used, I think you have used the standard. And
Standard pro.
so yeah, so this standard profile config derives you all these profiles. See the budget profile which I have said to you. So if you have this budgeting in scope and the planning profile, interest profile, even we can have the investment profile, results analysis, simulation profile. All these fields will be by default populated from the project profile.
Question over here on this screen. A
Yes,
couple
please.
of questions.
Yeah,
First,
please. Yeah.
integrated planning. What do you mean by integrated planning here in this project?
This
If
one.
I check this, yes, this one.
Yeah. So this what happens is whenever so once you check this, so you can see that unit when we have this unit costing in place, then you are going to see a difference between this. I mean to say this indicator when we check this and when we uncheck this. So
Okay.
you can use once we have this unit costing in place. See, unit costing was never performed on the job affected. This that is no unit costing was carried out, even it was later under. Because what happens is this indicator you cannot check and uncheck once we have the cost posted on this. So this need to be taken care before only.
Okay.
So if so you can also see planning data was never entered on the job because this integrated planning concept comes when we have this cost planning done on the project and once we go beyond posting that actuals and having that planning done, you can able to see the difference between this integrated planning. So I will showcase you that in the system itself because
Okay.
right now it will be too early for us to discuss about
Sure.
this.
Sure.
Okay.
And I
Yeah.
have another question, scheduling scenario.
Uh-huh.
So here you select, I see the by default it is like free
Pre-schedule.
scheduling or bottom
Yeah.
up scenario or top down
Right.
scenario. But same
Right.
time, we are scheduling on the here also on the our listings like on our network side. Okay, it is
Right.
bottom right backward scheduling or the forward scheduling. So why we have two options over here? What we are using here, this schedule on the profile, and we
Mhm.
have that networks also. So I confused there as well.
So the scheduling, literally, what does it mean is the top down or the bottom up is like, whereas even the forward or backward scheduling. So forward scheduling is nothing but so the system will be giving the project start date. Okay. So if you see it here, let me show this. So you can see the start date, right?
No, no,
So
don't
you
go
can.
as per Samir. Don't go as per my. I have lots of questions, but you can
Mhm.
ignore as well, and you can say that okay, we are going to cover later on. I do not want you to jump because I have lots of questions as well. So I can ask, but you can say that okay, we will cover this later on as well.
Okay, then fine. Yeah. So we can
Right? I do
definitely
not
cover
want
that.
you. Yeah. Otherwise, we are going to miss our the flow of the training.
Correct, correct. That's true. Yeah, definitely. Or else, since you have all the questions ready, so once we start the specific settings and everything, other things, you can ask them. So if at all, if that
Okay,
specific
sure.
scenario comes into picture, then we can answer and we can go ahead.
Okay, sure. We will do that.
Okay, perfect. Eh,
Hmm.
Okay. So this is how the structure will be, because yeah, right now I can see you have created activities, and in even in activities we have four different types of activities, like internal, external, primary cost, and service activities as well. So even that depends upon the business requirement, whether we'll be configuring that, mean to say whether we'll be adding that type of activities or not. So internally, internal activities will be using for to capture the cost from the work centers, or else the labor cost, what we are going to do, all these things will be capturing with the internal activity. Whereas the external activity is used to get some materials or some components from the vendors, from
Mhm.
outside vendors, where we don't have the stock within our plant, and we are going to procure that materials from the outside vendors. Then at that point of time, we'll be using the external activity. And primary cost activity is one of the activity where we'll be just posting some cost again that activity. We know that what is the amount that is going to be captured for that specific activity. In some cases, uh, the fixed amount. So for this activity, this is the cost. It will not be vary or something like that. In that cases, we'll be using this cost activity, or else we can use. So we can say some miscellaneous cost. For that purpose, we'll be using this primary cost activity, and we also have the service activity wherever we do some services. Instead of procuring the materials, we can have the service materials as well, where we'll be doing some services to that and capturing the cost against the WBS element. So these are the four different types of activities which we have as part of project systems, and then we can
Mhm.
have the milestones as well. So the milestones, it's a literal meaning. So whenever you want specific activity to be done in that time period, you can, or else you have reached that specific activity, you can mark a milestone over there, and you can also have some dates to that milestones. But
Mhm.
typically, these milestones will be used for billing purpose. Whenever we have this sales order and the PSSD integration, we'll be using these
Mhm.
milestones, so that, because whenever we have this an order from a customer, which is what we call, say for example, we are uh, doing some payment like as a down payment. So instead of paying the whole amount at once, will be the customer will be giving some down payment to us, and once say the same, if at all, if you are going to take this construction itself, so one, two, three, third floors. So for the first floor, they will be releasing some amount, and the second floor they will be releasing some amount, and third floor. And once we have this all the floors ready, the final invoice will be released. So we can mark the first, second, third floors as the different milestones, three different milestones. Once we reach that specific milestone, we can have the configuration in such a way that once you confirm that activity saying that this activity is done, so the system will automatically remove the billing block at the sales order level, which will allow the sales team to proceed for billing and give an invoice to the customer saying that so and so floor has been completed. This is the amount you need to pay. So there comes the milestones in this project system side.
Okay.
And so after, okay, milestones is the one. So after this, so you can see the status over here. So for the, say for example, if planning is a WBS element, you can see the system status is CRTD. CRTD is
Mhm.
nothing but the created status. Okay.
Mhm.
So NDUP is also a system status that is showing as dates are not updated, because once we have these dates in place, the start date and end date uh, for this WBS elements, see the basic
Just,
start date and dates.
just give me a second, Samir.
Yeah, yeah, please carry on.
Just give me a second. Yes, sorry, Samir.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so dates, I have a lots of questions in dates. So when you are explaining, explain me
Mm-hmm.
dates from the beginning because when I was trying myself, I have a
Mm-hmm.
lots of confusion because when I start with the project, it has a date, right? When
Mm,
it
right,
comes to
right.
the WBS, the below WBS, it has a date. When it comes to
Correct.
the network, it has a date. With the
It will.
network date, we have the forward or backward scheduling. Then we
Right.
go to the activity, they have a date. And I just totally lost with this date field.
Okay, okay. No problem. I will let you know.
Okay.
So right now I'm just showing how the what are the system status that has been
Yeah, sure.
updated. Okay.
Sure,
So
sure.
CRTD is the one which is showing as created. This
Uh-huh.
is nothing but the product creation phase, which I had just explained to you previously. So where we are going to see the CRTD and NTUP is by default updated by the system itself whenever we don't have these dates in place. Since we don't have any dates
Okay.
over here, you can see that
Uh-huh.
NTUP status. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And coming to operative indicators are the key role for the WBS element for any
Mhm.
postings or any revenue to be posted on this WBS element. So we have
Okay.
three different operative indicators which shares the planning element, account assignment element, and billing element. So until
Mm-hmm.
unless you have this planning element checked, you cannot do any planning on this WBS element. It might be either CJ40 or CJR2, whatever it might be.
So that
So
means I
to
cannot do with the CJ40 either, right?
right, you cannot do CJ40 as well if you don't have this planning element check.
Okay.
Okay, and this account assignment element check until unless you have this check mark, you cannot post any actuals on this WBS element.
I cannot post any actual.
Yes, you cannot post any actuals until unless you have this check mark.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and
So this
mhm.
check mark is allowing you to assign to the cost element. And what is the purpose of it? I'm just assigning the cost elements.
No. This is account assignment indicator, so it doesn't in what you call it's not dependent on any of the cost elements or something like that. So this indicator says that if we don't have this check mark, you cannot post because this WBS is not eligible to post any actuals.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So, but if you have this check mark, that doesn't mean you need to post only this for this cost element. You need to use this cost element or something like that. So it is independent of on the cost element. It is just says you yes, if you have this check mark, yes, this WBS is eligible for posting some actuals,
Okay.
whatever
Okay.
it might be. It can be any cost element.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Mm-hmm.
and the billing element is the other operative indicator. Until unless you have this check mark, you cannot have some revenue posted on this WBS element. Okay. So these are the three different indicators and their importance while you are creating the product structure or else the WBS elements.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so and also once you have this check mark in place, even now you cannot post any actuals on this WBS element because the system status isn't created.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So let me showcase you this CJ40 ones. So I'm saying right, CJ40 is one, and you also have CJR2.
CJR2.
Yeah, CJR2 you can plan against the WBS element as well as the cost element.
Okay.
So if at all if you need some planning against the cost specific cost element, you can use this transaction CJR2, this type, which is the cost planning against the WBS element as well as the cost element.
Mm-hmm.
And also you can have this primary cost once you even here, because right now version 0 is not defined. Next few settings over here. So so once you click on this primary cost based upon the type of profile you have used. So here you can see. So this is the planning profile which you have used. In the planning profile, we can have the cost element group as well. So once you input that cost element group, you can select this, and once you click on this primary cost, you can able to see all the cost elements which has been added in that cost element group. And this 10,000 euros you can post against, I mean to say, you can plan against that specific cost element if required.
This one, this 10,000.
Mhm. Yeah, this 10,000.
Mm-hmm. What did you say the last sentence? I missed it.
So once you have this, because that will be in the config, let me open. So you can see it here, primary cost element group.
Oh, group.
So
Okay,
this is
okay,
the,
okay, okay, okay.
yeah. So if you open this cost element group, you will be having certain cost elements, right? Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Let me show this. So these are the few cost elements.
Mm-hmm.
See this one. These are the cost elements which are under this specific cost element group. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So once you click on this primary cost, you can able to see all that. But here, because since we need to configure this, version 0 is not defined. So we need to
Mm-hmm.
check for which version that has been defined, the year and everything. So once you select this and click on this primary cost, you are able to see all these cost elements, and you can plan that cost 10,000 euros, whatever you have inputted in CJ40. You can plan against any of the cost element if required.
Okay.
Okay. So that is one option. And so have you? I think you have checked the CJ40. Have you checked CJ30?
No, haven't checked. CJ30 is for budgeting, right?
Yes, exactly.
But whenever I do the budgeting, it always says this is lower or this is higher or planning amount is lower than budget and the higher amount is the lower than budget. So I thought when I'm going to
Okay.
take the training in
Okay.
internal
Okay.
audit, we do define this budgeting,
Mm-hmm.
but it was not giving me like error kind of thing because either we do the budgeting or we do the planning. I haven't done like both together. I
Okay.
did
Okay.
internal order individually planning, not like for the group planning.
Okay, 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 fine. So the budgeting, what we call is the approved planned cost is nothing but the budget. So once we do this planning in CJ40, if at all we have some workflow in place, because that depends upon the business requirement again. If that business is looking for some approvals in place before doing this budget, so what we do is the cost planning will be sent to the approver, saying that this is the cost plan that has been used for this project, and you can verify and see if that is okay. You can approve. If not, you can reject, and you can input some reasons for rejection. So we can, if at all, if we have that approval workflow in place, then this cost planning of 10,000 euros will be sent to this approver, and he will be reviewing that. Once he's okay with that, he will be approving that, and then we can go with the budgeting. So even here in the budget, you have some options. You can either go with the cost plan, whatever that has been approved. If not, you can manually enter the budget, whatever you require. So
Okay.
here, if you see, you have a copy view. So here you have different options, out of which plan total is the one, nothing but it will copy the CJ40 values to the budgeting screen.
Okay.
Instead of entering that manually, if you give that whatever, say 10,000 euros in a CJ40 and save it, and come to CJ30, and using this a copy option, you can just copy the plan total values so that
Uh-huh.
whatever you have planned in the CJ40 will be copied to the budgeting as
Okay.
well. Okay. So once we have this budget in place, say for example, now we have this 10,000 euros, which has been allocated for that project. Now we need to start our project execution, which is the other phase. So we are now done with project creation, project planning, budgeting, and now we need, before going to project execution, we need to release this project. So until unless we
Okay.
release the project, we cannot perform any operations on that specific project.
Mm-hmm.
So releasing can be done in multiple ways. Like you can release only specific network activity, or else you can release the whole project as well. Okay.
What's the good idea to just release the full, right? From the top.
Uh, that depends, Rupal, because it's not ideal to release the full as well, because in some scenarios, so say for example, so the construction phase is not yet started. So if say for example I'm in the design phase, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and also architectural designer, only this activity to be released, and other activities should not be released until unless this is completed.
Okay.
So in that cases, we have multiple scenarios where we need to release all at once, and we need to release one by one. So that depends actually.
Okay.
Okay, and also once, but remember that once you really start releasing this WBS elements, say this is the level one, right? So under level
Mm-hmm.
one, we have this level two WBS elements. If you release
Okay.
this WBS element, by default, the system will release all the WBS elements under that.
Okay.
So if you release the least level, then that doesn't matter. It will release only that specific WBS element because it will be hierarchy. If the higher is removed, all the below will be having the same status. Means to say, will be releasing.
Okay.
Okay. So now say for example, in this planning, I'm going to release this WBS element. So you can go to this edit status and release. This is one option.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Or else you can just right click on this screen and you can see the option release.
Release. Okay.
Okay. So you can see the system status has been updated to REL,
Release. Okay.
which is nothing but you can just click on this information button and you can see the status description as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now we have this account assignment checked and we have the system status released. We have the planning
Mm-hmm.
and budgeting as well. Now we are ready for the posting some actuals and do some postings on this WBS element.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which is the project execution phase.
Mm-hmm.
So here you can have this. So these activities also says the. So for internal activities, you can see this work centers and everything. Whereas for external activities, you will be seeing the purchasing data more. So let me showcase you that as. So here, if you go to this activity, see I have set four different types of activities, right? These are the four: internal,
Mm-hmm.
external, cost, and service. So you have selected all
Internal.
the internal activities. So let me just
Mm-hmm.
pull one external activity to this network activity. Element.
I was using something 615 series computer supplies.
Series, okay. It's- Hmm. Hmm.
No, this is not the right one. No, this is not the right chart of account because the right chart
Okay.
of account is
What is the chart of account?
YCOA.
ICOA.
YCOA.
Okay, okay.
don't use any expense account in this six series. But in that
Okay.
one, I can tell you, hold on, because I remove all the tax related output input tax as well. So I
Mm-hmm.
can calculate computer supplies. It says computer supplies.
Just
Yes, here somewhere.
let me do one
Or I
thing.
can give you, I can give you right away the number.
Yeah, I got this.
You got this? Okay.
GL account does not exist in this plan. Fantastic. Okay.
Oh, we are using 1710. I don't know why. How come it's coming up all this?
But because I think you have created the project in 0001 plan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So let me do.
Oh, maybe this project warehouse too. This one is only in 001. Otherwise, in 1710, I have configured others.
You mean the project has been created? Alright. Okay. Even the project is created in 0001, I guess. See, the company code is 0001.
So I think when I selected project profile, I made the mistake that time.
Yeah, because correct. You have used the standard project profile, right? So that's the reason it has been either
Yes,
might have used this standard project profile
yes,
17 times. If you have used this, then I think the company code will be 1710.
yes. Because I
That's
have
okay, no problem.
configured everything for 1710. 90% is working in 1710.
Okay, okay, no problem. Do one thing. I'll just copy this.
Samir, you can use other project as well. I created all the projects. I think this one is only for 0001. Otherwise, all other projects on 1710.
Oh, okay, fine, no problem. I just created one
Okay.
using the same which you have created.
And Samir, next question that how long we are going to take this session, like every night?
It will be max 1 hour, Rupal. But today, since it's a start session, so I'm just even we have started a bit late, right? So that's the reason I'm taking some time. But it will be 1 hour at max.
Okay, so can I ask one favor?
Yeah,
If we
please.
can do it, yes, if we can do it, if we can wind up right now and we can do it tomorrow, one
Yeah, yeah,
and a half
definitely,
hour,
no problem.
because
Sure,
I
sure,
got
sure.
up at 5 a.m. in the morning and I'm so sleepy.
No problem. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, please. We can do it tomorrow. Not a problem.
Okay, and can I do some other project as well, like project structure, so I can design as you want, so we can do all the exercise.
Sure, sure, definitely. So right
So
now,
what?
I think because you have already done this, so
Uh-huh.
you can do one thing. So we you can also add some external activity to that. Okay.
Okay.
To any of your WBS element, and just try to find the differences between those two activities.
Try to difference between.
That internal activity and the external activity. What is the main difference between those two, and what are the fields that has been populated by the system when we are using this external activity, and the fields that has been populated when we are using internal activity.
Let me tell you right now.
Sorry.
Internal activity, we need work center, activity type, and the total hours. What is the required hours for that internal activity? And
Right.
external activity, we need the vendor master data, purchasing organization, material group, and
Mhm.
quantity, I think, or amount. So external activity, we give the vendor master data.
Yes.
And when we
So,
save it, it creates the purchase requisition and external activity. And
okay.
for internal activity, when we save it, it gives you the total cost. When I go to added cost, it just multiply the
Mhm.
plan hours to the plan cost in cost center and post
Right.
into the work center. Correct?
Okay. Right, right. That's true. Absolutely fine. So if you want, you can then try to add some material component on this activity and have that PRPO created. You can
Mhm.
try that.
I, okay. And one more thing, what I was asking. Uh, uh-huh. Why it is not why it is not working? That would help. How that would help me.
Sure, sure. You can just ping me the work centers so that I can
Mhm.
look at them and I will let you know.
Sure. So I'm going to create couple of external and internal activity, and
Okay.
we are meeting tomorrow same time.
Yeah, same time. Yep.
Mhm. Yes, I can see.
कैसी रही क्लास?
This is the one.
Uh, yes. I assigned material as well, but I think I didn't save it when you came. Yep, I didn't save it.
Okay, okay,
No,
fine.
no,
No
no,
issues.
I did save it. Yeah, I did save it to material under construction.
Right. Category L. Okay. Have you done some planning onto this WBS element?
Mhm.
Planning, have you
I
done?
just did overall. I did not do much, but I did overall planning.
Okay. Okay. Have you added any budget to this?
Sorry?
budget.
Budget, I did create it but didn't save it.
Okay.
Yesterday you showed me that how to copy from the plan view, so I tried that one, but I didn't
Mm-hmm.
save it.
But you were able to see that cost plan copy to the budget, right? Or
Correct.
okay,
That's the
fine.
practice. I did it, but I didn't save it.
Okay, no issues. So you can also see it over here because
Mhm.
this is on plan total. It will ask for this pop-up.
Mhm.
You need that 100% to be copied from the plan to the budget. If not, you can add some extra.
Okay.
This is how it will be copied, and you can able to see the current budget allocated to this specific project is some
Mhm.
50,000, 50, 100,000 euro, US dollars, something. Yeah. So once you save this, you can able to see the system status has been changed to BUDG as well.
Okay.
You see this? BUDG. Nothing but it's budgeted.
Mhm.
Now today, what we see will see is we'll discuss about the budgeting concept
Which concept?
and budgeting. What this budget, how does it work, and etc.
Can we do it scheduling instead of budget?
Want scheduling?
Scheduling, yes.
Okay, because scheduling that doesn't have much what we call thing to be done because once you have this, wait, let me check that one thing is available or not.
I did not give any date because I wanted to understand this is scheduling as well as this capacity.
Mhm.
I did not give any date.
That's all. Because you know what, the forward scheduling and the backward scheduling is nothing but in the forward scheduling, what we do is we'll be giving the start date of the project definition at the project definition level. Okay, and we'll leave the finish
So
date
you
as
said
blank.
that, so in the forward scheduling, we just give only start date.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, and we'll leave the finish date blank. So for the system to be to determine that finish date based upon all the other activities under that specific project. So
So
here,
for the for uh-huh.
so say for example, but for that to be determined, you need to know for how many days will this will the activities under this WPS will take time. So for this activity, we need to mention some duration. So anyhow, we'll be having the duration and work hours, right?
Mm.
So once we have this in
So
place, the system will
uh-huh.
calculate the dates. So how many number of dates this activity is going to be for this activity to be completed. So in a similar way, all the activities under that specific WBS element will be captured. And finally, the system will determine once you carry out the scheduling, you will be having here the scheduling option, schedule. Okay. So once you do
Uh-huh.
this schedule option, the system will automatically determine the finish date of that specific project.
Okay. I
Okay.
tried this, but when it comes to the float, because client would like to see the float, and as per
Mm-hmm.
the float, they want to change the dates as well. They want to adjust the dates and the critical path. They want to analyze
Okay.
the critical path as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So for that, I'm not sure whether that specific config has been done or not. So if that is the case, then I need some time to check this
Okay,
config before
okay.
explaining to you, Rupal.
So can we do it tomorrow or day after tomorrow?
Yeah, fine. Because by that time I'll be prepared with that specific config, and I can check that config, and we can see uh, that specific critical path and everything.
Okay, okay. So can we do some questions answer, because budgeting I know a lot of things like how to release the budget, how to
Mhm.
transfer the budget. I know all those stuff. So if you can
Okay.
answer my questions, that is going to help me. And another thing
Yeah,
that
yeah, sure. No
I
problem.
I do not know like this planning board as well. I do not know how to handle this. I try to
Nothing.
maintain relationship as well, but
Uh-huh.
I couldn't see the relationship. I just totally lost in planning
Okay.
board.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
So can I start my question one by one, or first you're going to do it and then I will
No, no,
start
no.
my
You please
question?
pose your questions. We'll go with your questions today.
Okay. So we have user status created, right?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
this is system status, release created,
Right.
and NUTP and all that. This is
Correct.
SAP defined system status, correct?
Correct.
So this is we are not configuring. This is standard given by SAP, correct? Hello?
Yeah, you're right.
Yes. But there is, when I go to edit menu and user status, there is set and pass. And
Right.
you can create set, undo, set and pass on, undo, pass
Right.
on. First of all, I don't know when we use these user status. In
Okay.
internal order, I know one thing like you can create it status profile where you can create planning, actual settlement. So in planning, we allow only planning related transactions. So
Mm-hmm.
actual data I cannot post until unless I go to the next phase and I allow the actual phase. When I go to
Right.
the actual phase, I allow planning and actual both data. But here I don't know like what is this user status means, set, undo, set and pass on.
Yeah. So let me showcase you that. So user status, it will because even this is also provided by the SAP standard itself. So we'll be using as per the business requirement, because these are all completely standard, which cannot be customized or changed as per the business requirement. But that is the reason SAP has given us this user status, so that the business to business it will differ. The status is how they identify. So that's the reason user status is the one which we call as a customizing of the status whenever we require. So this user status, based upon the status, we can also let me see if something is configured with the user status.
Hmm.
We have many in this INIT. Yeah. Okay. So here you can see the status with status number, which is these are the user statuses, okay, which we
Uh-huh.
have just created. So INIT initial budget, initial and no budget. So with this user status, so if I want that user status to be set, so I can use this NBUDG just for as an
Uh-huh.
example. You go back, you can see the user status NBUG has been set for that. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So the what you asked about that set and pass on, etc. So that you can check. So let me showcase it. So right now we don't have any user status for any of the WPS. Okay.
Mm.
So if I select edit status, user status, if I select only set, it will be setting only onto this WPS element. Okay, the one which we have selected.
But what is the set means?
Set means it nothing
Why do?
but, so this is two options. So if you go to
Uh-huh.
this option and you select this, so how it will be
Uh-huh.
updating over here, it's the similar action
Uh-huh.
which will be performed by using that set as well. Let me show that to you. Once you click on that set, the user status will be set to that specific user status. So the one which is available. Let me show you so that you'll understand that. Set. So it will pop up you what are the status you want that
Uh-huh.
to be set on this WPS element. If you select this,
Uh-huh.
so the system will select user status has been set. So you see it will be updated over here.
Okay.
So
So right
like,
now, uh-huh.
yeah, please tell me.
You just created this user status, right? You could have assigned the transactions as well. If I have assigned transactions, some transactions to this status,
Mhm.
that means system will allow only those transactions to enter in this WBS elements, correct?
Correct, you are right. So that is the main
Okay.
purpose we'll be using this user status.
Okay. And what
We
is set
want
and
business.
pass? Uh-huh.
Right, I will let you know. So,
Okay.
so what business does is, so based on business wants few of the transactions to be allowed and few of them are not allowed based on this user status, with which we can achieve that functionality with the user status. So that is the main purpose of user status. We'll be using that. And the set and pass on, let me show you that as well. So it's nothing but it will pass that specific user status to all the WPS elements under that.
Oh, okay, 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 okay.
So nothing more than that. So if you go through this user status, set and pass on. So under this, you don't have any WPS elements as of now. So just
Uh-huh.
select that. See, you see, the status profile is different because under that WPS element, we have the network activities, which has a different status profile.
Okay, okay, okay.
If you have a few WPS elements under this WPS, then you can see that
Mhm.
INIT status will be applicable to all those WPS elements as well. Nothing but it is setting that user status on that WPS element and passing the same user status to the below level WPS elements.
Okay,
That's the literal meaning of that. Set and pass on. So undo is
okay.
nothing but I hope you know. You can just reverse that,
Okay, okay, yes, okay.
right? Yeah.
But
So
you get confused. Okay, undo is the same thing for SAP or is something different?
yeah. Okay.
Okay,
So
the next question I have
yes.
on the user field. What is the purpose of user field? I know that we
Exam.
can have the customized field, but what is the purpose? Why one client can use this field?
Yeah, exactly. So this user fields system, SAP has given these fields by default as a standard because in many of the businesses they have their own because when they you go for reporting purpose they want few of
Mhm,
the fields uh, which is to be customized because the standard fields will not allow them to see all the reportings and filter the data based on that. So
mhm,
that is the reason we have this user fields so that you can rename this user fields however you like. So as of now, this is quantity one, two, three, or something like that. But these general fields, you can rename the text however you like as per the business requirement. So
mhm.
then you can, when you are running some reports or developing some custom reports, you can, if at all, if you want that reports to be filtered based on these fields, because uh, all these standard fields might not what we call suffice the requirement of the business, because they
Mhm.
might have some custom fields as well. So that's the reason we'll be having these user fields. In some cases, you know what happens, even the user fields, because these are SAP standard fields, so you can have, see, these are general fields, these are nothing but text
Mhm.
fields, these are numeric fields, and we only have two checkboxes, etc. If at all, if in few of the business scenarios where I have seen, even these user fields are not sufficient for them to for the reporting purpose. So what they will do is they will develop some custom tab over here. Okay, you can see some
Mhm.
custom enhancement, because we have some enhancement spots for this product definitions and the WPS element. If you go to you do you remember about, or else aware about this S mode and C mode transactions?
What transaction?
S mode and C mode.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, okay, fine. Because these are the C product enhancement of management of.
Uh-huh.
So whatever you want, some changes to the SAP standard functionality, you can
Okay,
do it
okay,
over
okay,
here.
okay. This is the uh-huh.
Right. So for product systems and definitions, all the modifications will be starting with CN. So once you click on start with CN star, you can see all the enhancement spots where you can do some modifications for the standard structure or else the standard screens.
Hmm. So if I understood correctly, this user field we use, for example, if I give you a text one,
Mhm.
uh,
So
something
wait, I'll show
location.
you one.
Okay.
Instead of that, let me take a report. Not sure where yeah, manages. Okay. So you see this. This is one of the project's actuals report. Do you aware about this report? Because I'm not sure. Since you have worked in FI, have you ever gone through
This
this
is the
report?
cost elements report.
Not exactly the cost elements, but it will showcase you what are the actual costs that has been posted onto a specific project or a WBS element.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see the objects are WPS element, and this is a cost element against
Cost
which
elements.
the
Uh-huh.
cost has been posted, and what is the cost, and in which different currencies. You can also have multiple fields over here. So all these fields,
Mm-hmm.
so you have all these fields, right? So in this similar way, if at all, if these fields, so say for example, business want to filter some data with a field which we don't have it over here. Okay.
Okay, 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 okay. I got it.
That
Uh-huh.
case, yeah, they will use that user field, whatever your user fields over here. They will rename the field in however they want, and they keep some text over here, or else some indicators. Say for example, if this indicator is checked, they want the WPS element, all the WPS element with this indicator has checked.
Uh-huh.
So let's say I will rename this checkbox as allow. Okay. So
Uh-huh.
if at
Uh-huh.
all if that is checked, I want all the allowed WPS elements to be displayed on in this report,
Okay, okay, okay,
which
okay.
cannot be done with this existing fields. In that
So,
cases, we'll be using this
uh-huh.
user fields.
Okay, so if I give anything in user fields,
Mhm.
this is not going to be in a standard report, right? Or that is
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to be never a standard report.
No, in this specific report, we don't have that. We'll not have that. So we need to make
Okay,
some development to have that user field updated over here.
okay, okay,
But
okay. I
that
got it
standard
now.
fields will be available in PRPS table, the standard table. So whenever you're trying to
Uh-huh.
fetch that data, or else if you are trying to develop, so since it's a standard one, we need to do some enhancement to this. If at all, if you are developing a report from the scratch, it's a custom report, then you can use this table to fetch the data. You can see all the user fields will be available here. So the text one or else
Okay,
whatever it might be. Okay.
okay,
So
okay,
you can
okay,
use this table, and you can give all the details from this table to the technical team so that they can develop the report accordingly.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, good. So my next question now.
Mhm.
Yes, the resources, right?
Mhm.
You are going to do the capacity later on, right?
Yeah, yeah, we can do that later.
Okay. Okay. So my
But
next question
okay.
is, uh-huh,
Yeah. Tell me.
can we do internal and external activity for the same one project, for example, project planning? That is
Yeah,
my
yeah, you can
internal
do that.
activity.
You can do that. Not a problem.
So I can do that, right?
Yes, yes, you can do that. Absolutely.
Okay. And can you explain me work center as well, or that is also you're going to explain me later on?
No problem. But I'll just give some brief idea about that so that anyhow we'll see that in further sessions. But since you asked, I'll just let you know how that exactly will be. So work center, I think since you have already created few of the work centers, so these work centers, as per the SAP standard behavior, we have few categories for that for the work centers because we have multiple work centers for PS we have different work centers category and for PM and for
Mhm,
PP etc. Okay, you can see
mhm.
this work centers. So have you saw that? Have you seen that the work center categories?
Uh-huh. I created only one. That is also I copied from the SAP material. Then I will then I will be able to run then I will be able to calculate the cost.
Okay.
Otherwise, I was getting errors for any formula. If I used any formula, I was
Mhm.
getting error message.
So you see, these are the standard
Yes.
SAP categories for the work centers. Okay.
Okay.
So the work center which we use for the product systems is this 0006 project
Mm-hmm.
management.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for plant maintenance, PM module they will be going to use this 0005.
So what is this labor for? Because plant maintenance is a module, right?
Right. So this
Project
category is
man.
for the labor. So based on all these categories, we have a different config for all these formulas as well. The SAP has given standard formulas based on these categories.
Oh, okay,
And
okay,
also,
okay. So,
yeah.
uh-huh.
So if you use the right category, only then that will be applicable for that specific module.
Okay. So that
Okay.
means I
That might
have
be
for
the reason
each.
for you
Uh-huh.
to get the errors, something like that. I'm not pretty much sure, but I'm just assuming this might be the reason. We might have some different reasons as well. We can check when we go deeper into that.
Okay. So as per this table, I can see here 0009 for personnel resources. So if
Right.
I'm assigning personnel resources to the work center, that means I have to use this category.
Right. If you have the personal resources, then you need to use this category.
Wow. Okay. And by category, there are already standard formulas, right?
Correct. We have the standard formulas. If at all, if you want a specific category and your own customizing formulas, then you need to do the configuration accordingly. Because these are all, as of now, the SAP provided. Just give me a second, Rupert.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I just put it on. So once we and also the work center, so that is the reason. So say for if you go for a work center with the product management 0006 for which we are going to use the product systems, then you will find the formulas, the SAP standard formulas which have been already given for this category, and you can update those inside when you are creating the work centers. But to be honest, the work centers will be mainly created by PP production planning team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we just need to help them with what type of mean to say which category you want that to be used and what is
Mm-hmm.
because the formulas anyhow that will be taken care by the SAP standard itself. So we just need to utilize that work centers that are available for us.
Okay, okay, that's fine. I just
During the
wanted to
project.
understand because when I was learning myself, I saw that okay, in different places we are using different formulas. So
Mhm.
I also see Google it and they say that it's created by production people. That's fine. But when I'm creating work center, I should know that which formula I use with which category,
Right. Maybe
right?
you can just click on that search help for search help. It will give that for let's say the description of that specific formula so that you can use accordingly. And if you want, I think we have a specific note, but right now I don't remember that. We will be having in production planning module side for that specific formula. Mean to say what, because the formula you will be seeing only that SAP and some text over there, right? So you won't see the exact
Huh.
formula in that, because the
Yeah, so
formula will
because
be like the base quantity into the number of the amount or something like that, and number of operations and number of hours, something like that. However, we define that. So the SAP standard formulas we can view in a specific node. I will let you know. I will check once and I will let you know where we can view that.
hold on, Samir, hold on, okay? My dog is here, hold on. Back.
Okay, okay.
Bella, oh shit, shit, shit. Bella, let's go, Bella. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, yes, let's go. So, what? Bella, Bella. It's okay. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Do you want treat? Do you want treat? Let's go. Let me give you a stick. Let's go. Go get your stick. Go. Happy will give you a stick. Bella, let's go. Go, go, go. Oh, sorry about that.
No problem. No problem.
She just took shower and that's why she was hyper.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will let you know the config node where exactly you can able to see that formulas and what is the formula that has been that has been written behind that specific SAP and the text what you have seen all the formulas. Okay, because right now I
Because
don't remember that specific.
yeah, I was looking for only two work centers, one for labor, one for machine hours. And for machine
Okay,
hours also, I just copy same as I used the formulas for the labor and it didn't work.
okay,
So I thought that, okay, I'm doing something wrong in my knowledge or in my configuration because it's just a standard. I
okay,
just need to
okay.
know that, okay, how to do it and what formulas I have to use it.
Sure, definitely.
Okay.
We'll check that. And
That's
just let me know one thing, Rupal. So, what is the type of project? Because yesterday I just explained you what are the types of projects we have. So, the one which you are going to work, what type of project it is?
this is the this project. Let me tell you about that company. That
Uh-huh.
company is making rigs for
Yeah,
oil and gas
yes.
industries,
Right,
offshore and onshore. What
right.
they do, they just purchase some parts or some equipment from the
Mm-hmm.
external resources and they
Okay,
just assemble together. Maybe they
okay.
are doing assembly in Singapore or they are doing assembly in Dubai,
Mm-hmm.
but they have office, their main office, head office in Singapore. But in
Mm-hmm.
their one location in USA, they have one location in Dubai. And
Okay,
I'm
okay.
not like their full-time employee or something. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just like contract person who helping them to understand project system.
Okay.
And they are not using this project system like in very detail.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, they are on a planning phase. They are going to implement. They are starting implementation soon. But they want to know each and everything right now. So
Mm-hmm.
when it is going to be go live, they know how to create this structure and how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Because in USA, there is a very small team for SAP consultant team, end
Mm-hmm.
user team, not a consultant team, because all the configuration and everything controlled by
Mm-hmm.
Singapore team.
Okay.
So they wanted to know, but one or two of them, they have already worked in SAP project system uh,
Mm-hmm.
module earlier. So they
Okay.
already have an idea and they ask questions from sometime from here, sometime from there. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why I need to understand in very detail. Otherwise, in their company, even they are not using network and activities. What they are doing in a
Okay.
structure, WBS and directly posting. That's why I asked you yesterday, right? Can I
Right,
just
right,
post
right,
it
right.
directly from WBS?
Correct.
So they are not using right now any network or activities like
Mm-hmm.
external activities or internal activities,
Okay.
anything.
Okay.
They are not using it. But
Mm-hmm.
they ask questions. They want to learn everything. They said that right now we are not using, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe for future purpose, if we have to use that particular feature, we can use it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So they ask me questions from every area, and I have that session on this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and I have like with them very good relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like that if I'm not able to answer some of questions, I can answer them or I can do their session later on.
Right. Right. Okay.
So that's the reason I try to understand each and everything. So if they ask questions, because two of them they already you can understand two of them is already work in a project system, they have
Uh-huh.
an idea about it. So
Okay.
that's why they ask
Okay.
questions. Okay, how to do that? How to do that? They are not using because they are not using activity. So there is no
Mm-hmm.
relationship. So there is no relationship, right? There is no scheduling either. They are doing scheduling everything in Excel sheet right now, and
Okay.
they want to
Okay.
keep it like that till they understand this schedule process very well.
Mm-hmm.
Once they understand this scheduling process very well, then they want to use this scheduling processing for their
Mm-hmm.
engineering department
Okay.
to design and put together the rigs together. So
Mm-hmm.
for they are working in the offshore, so they want to create one WBS element for engineering people and record
Mm-hmm.
their hours and schedule them and track them.
Okay. Okay.
That okay, we are behind or we need more resources for to complete that project, or do we have enough resources to or we are short of it, or we have more engineers for that project. We
Mm-hmm.
needed only two and we have five right now, or we needed five and we have only three engineers. That kind of decision they want to make it, and for that they were asking me about all these questions, that okay, how we can do capacity, or how do we create the requirement for capacity, and based on that how we can schedule it,
Okay.
if we have to increase 5 days more, or if we have to reduce based on that graph, how we can do it.
Mm-hmm. So first of all, we'll be starting with the scheduling. So scheduling is the concept where we have all the dates planned accordingly for that specific project to be completed in time.
Mhm,
So we'll have different types of dates, like basic dates, forecast dates, scheduled dates, and actual dates. These are four different kinds of dates we have in SAP.
mhm,
And coming to the dates and the scheduling, we have types of scheduling. So we have basically two types of scheduling. So one is top up and the other is bottom down. And so this you can see. So since you asked on that day, so as you said that you are a bit confused because you have two schedulings, one on project definition and one on network header as well. So
mhm,
so the project definition is the main part, I mean to say the highest hierarchy in the project systems. So the top
mhm,
down or the bottom up approach, what does it mean is, as I said, so the top down is nothing but once you specify the project start date based upon
mhm,
the lower level hierarchy. That means the WBS elements under that, or else the network activities, whatever it might be. Under the project definition, what are all the elements that have been present, and it will calculate, the system will calculate the whole duration of that specific activities and the WBS elements, and then system will come up with the end date of that specific project.
mhm,
So that means, say for example, you have defined a project definition with a start date as today's date, and you have few
mhm,
WBS elements and network activities, which has some
mhm,
duration. Like say for example, you have two activities under a WBS element. For one
mhm,
activity, you need some 5 days of time for that activity to be completed, and for the other activity, you might need some 6 days or something like that for that activity to be finished. So in that
mhm,
case, but it again depends. So say for example, if those both activities are starting at the same time, so they don't have any dependency, then
Mm-hmm.
that means the highest time that project can take is 6 days, because once that start parallelly, so anyhow within 5 days the first activity will be finished, and then in the next day the second activity is also going to be finished. So six
Mm-hmm.
days is the total duration of that specific project. So the system will automatically determine uh, eight today's date plus 6 working days, and it will pop up the end date of that specific project, saying that, boss, as per your schedule, this is the project end date. It should be complete. It will be completed.
Okay.
Okay. This is the top down scheduling of the project definition.
Okay.
And we have the next scheduling, which is bottom up. So, so once you select this, say you select this bottom-up approach at the product definition level. This we will select in some scenarios, like you have a commitment with the customer saying that by some say 15th or 14th, my project should end, and I should be able to deliver that to the customer. If at all, if we have that type of requirements, that means you know
Mm-hmm.
the end date. You have the commitment with the customer, and you know the end date. Like 14th is my last date to complete all the work which I have. So in that specific
Okay.
scenarios, you will just inform the project the end date of that specific project, and you will give all the dates, or else the duration of that activities, whatever we have for that specific project to be completed. So based upon that, the system will automatically calculate the start date, saying that, so this is the start date from which the project need to be started, so that it will be completed within the given time, or else as per that end date.
Okay.
So these are the two options we have at the project definition level. So this what happens is, once if you select the top down approach, and also we have a few configuration, a bit configuration, like Uh, so you see the system will populating once you create a project. If you are not creating from the scratch, if you are trying to copy a project from any of the existing project, the system will pop you a message saying that please enter the start date of the project. If not, today's date will be considered as the start date. And also we'll have a pop-up saying that please
Okay.
enter the finish date of the project. If not, today's date will be considered as the finish date. So these pop-up messages, the
Mm-hmm.
difference. So whether the system need to populate the start date or the finish date will be depend upon the configuration. If you select in that configuration, it has a forward scheduling, then the system will pop you up a message with saying that please enter the start date. If you select a backward scheduling, then system will pop up a message showing that please enter the finish date.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a config, backend config, in which how you want that system to be populate a message when you're trying to copy a project from the existing project.
Mm-hmm.
And coming to at the network header, you have two different types, as you have already seen. It's forward, and the other is backward.
Mm-hmm.
So even this is also same. Like once if you select a forward scheduling, then the system will populate. So you will be giving the start date over there, and you will give the duration, and the system will automatically get the end date of that specific activity, or whatever we have. Whereas in the backward scheduling, it will be either way around. You will be giving the end date and the duration. The system will calculate the start date of that.
So
So,
I have to give in the both side, like in the project when I'm starting the project in the beginning itself, I have
uh-huh.
to give. The end date, if I'm going by the bottom up, and if I'm going the top down, I have to give the start date, right?
Correct.
So do I need to give again in the network header that if I want to go with the forward scheduling or backward scheduling, or it's
No, you know,
automatically
no,
inheriting? Uh-huh.
yeah, it will automatically inherit from the project definition with the start date, but the end dates will be what we call taken by the system based upon the duration. So you don't need to give it again.
Duration.
Yeah,
Okay, okay,
but you need to select this forwarding option over there in the
okay,
network header.
okay, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so basic dates are the one which we are going to give to a specific project at this time of initial stage. Like once we are good with all the things and we are ready to start the specific project, then we'll be giving all the durations of that specific activities and the WBS elements. And finally, we'll get some. We have some dates over there. So those dates which we create at the start of the project are called as the basic dates. So the basic dates uh, so it will be fixed in the system. So mean to say it should be fixed. It should not be changed frequently because that are the dates which we planned as per our alignment. So once we have the dates in place, coming to this scheduled dates. So even these scheduled dates can be entered manually, or else the system will automatically populate the scheduling dates as per the basic dates only. So once you click on that, we have that option as I shown you yesterday. Like once you click on that edit option and dates, and you click on that schedule, the automatically the system will populate the basic dates to the scheduled dates. And also coming to the forecast dates, so these are the dates. This might vary because we in every scenario we might not reach the dates as expected. We might start a bit late or we might finish a bit early, something like that. So in that cases, we can update this forecast dates because basic dates are the actual one, whereas the actual in the sense are the planned dates, something like that. Whereas forecast dates are the one which once you start project execution, you will be knowing, saying that okay, today we have few more resources to complete this activity, so this can be done within the given time. So in that case,
Mm-hmm.
you will be updating the forecast date. Whereas the actual dates, the name itself indicates, those are the exact dates when that activity has been ended and started. So,
So what is
but
the difference between the scheduling date and the forecast date? I'm sorry, basic date, because basic date is also planning and schedule date is also planning, correct?
yeah, so you will not find any differences between these basic dates and scheduled dates. So they will be both one and the same. So, but we even I'm not pretty much sure about exact what we call significance. Why we have two different dates if they both are same? Because
Okay.
yeah, when I try to execute in one of my projects, so I have seen in many of the scenarios, these basic dates and scheduled dates are almost one and the same.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't get a chance to get the main significance why we have two different dates if they both are same. So there might be some difference, Rupal, but at this point of time, I'm not pretty much aware of that. But
That's
definitely, I
fine.
will get back
Mm-hmm.
to
Okay.
you. Okay. And so we can also say that if basic dates and forecast dates are one and the same, then if they
Mm-hmm.
both are same, then we can say that project is on schedule, as per schedule. If the basic dates are
Okay.
less than the forecast dates, so then we can say that either the project, if it is less than or greater than, we can say either the project is behind or project is ahead of the schedule. So based on that, we can see or else we can plan our things accordingly to complete the project within time or on time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So now we have this. Let me explain you the critical path first. So critical path is nothing but the name itself indicates critical. So it means that specific path or else that specific path should not deviate or should not have some changes on that path. If it has any changes in that path, then it will completely delay the entire project end date or the project submission. So that path we call it is a critical path. And in SAP product systems, it's a literal meaning which I have said to you. So coming to the product system side, even it is same, but this critical path is defined based upon the longest duration of an activity in a given project. Say for
Mm-hmm.
example,
So it's
let
uh-huh.
let us say we have activity A, B, C, D, and E. Hey, okay. Say for example, we have A, B, C, D, E, and we if they don't have any dependencies, if they can start one at the same, okay,
Mm-hmm.
then that means all these paths are critical, because if you delay in any one of that specific activity, it will delay the entire project anyhow. Okay, so let me show you. Okay. So I have a project which is going to be end in 1 day as per the given activities, and all the activities will take a time period of 1 day, one duration, 1 day. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So in that case, if at all, if any of that specific activity has been delayed by more than 1 day, it might be 1.5 or 2 days, whatever it might be. Say, for example, if the activity C has been taken 2 days because of some constraints, whatever we have in the system. Okay. In that case, the total overall the project end date will be should be shifted to November 10th.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the reason we call all the paths as critical, because even if one activity is getting disturbed or moved a bit or a bit later something, or else a bit further ahead, then the project end date will differ. So this in this case we call all these paths, all these activities as a critical path. So since we have only one activity, you are not able to see that it has a path. But say for example, I will take the other scenario. So we have the same project and start and end date.
So your end date is November 10, 2024, right?
Oh, sorry, my bad. Good catch. Mm, November 30, 2024. Let me take the same activities. Okay. So now we see let us say for example we have a dependency on few of the activities. Let's say A and D can start at once, but B has a dependency with A, and C has a dependency with B, and finally we have E. So and D also again have a dependence. Sorry, C also have a dependency with D as well. So if this is the case, I hope you understood, right? Let me know if it's not clear.
Yeah, this is the relationship, right? You are making like
Exactly,
who's success.
exactly, exactly.
Okay.
So I'm just taking as an example right now a finish to start relation. Okay, it will be a bit easy for us to explain. Okay,
Okay.
whereas this two has a start to start relation. Okay,
Okay. Uh-huh.
they're in parallel. A and D should start at once. Okay, and B should start only after A, whereas C should start only after A and D is finished.
Okay.
Okay, and E should start after C is finished.
Okay.
Okay, now in this case, let's say we'll have the duration as well. Let's say for A is taking 1 day, B 2 days, C AD, right? D, okay. This is the duration, okay, which I have mentioned over there.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, so now you see, so it will start at November 8. A and D both will start at November 8. So A needs 1 day to complete. So and D needs 2 days to complete. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
let's have the duration on the top as well. 1, 4, D is 6, 6, and E is 5.
So if 1 and D, they both are together, then duration
Mhm.
is going to be 2, right?
Yeah, yeah. So together in the sense, so D has its own duration of 2 days.
Oh, okay, okay. Uh-huh.
Okay, because A has duration of 1 day, but D will take 2 days.
Okay.
Okay, so now see, if you we have two paths here. So one is A to B to C to E. Okay,
E. Uh-huh.
this is a path. Let me give you that. A, B, C, E is one path. Okay, and we have other path D to C and C to E. D, C,
Mm-hmm.
E. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now if you consider the total duration, say let's consider the total duration of this specific path ABCE. So the duration is 6 for 10 plus 1, 11 plus 5, 16 days. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Consider the path DCE. So D is 2, C is 6, and E is 5. So 8 plus 5, 13 days.
Yes.
Okay. So now you observe these are the two paths we have in this specific project, and the longest duration of this two paths is ABCE, which is 16 days. So this path we call it as a critical path
Oh, okay.
because if any of this activity is getting delayed by 1 day or preponing by 1 day or whatever it might be, and n number of days, it will completely
Mhm.
impact the project end date.
Okay.
That is it, because 16 days is the maximum time period, right? So, say for example, November 8 plus 16, 24. So, I just removed some Saturdays and Sundays. Just consider in that way, okay? Just consider
Mhm.
16 business working days, okay?
Okay.
Let me keep it simple. So, we'll consider Saturday and Sunday as well and make it as 23, including 8 and 23rd,
Mm-hmm.
okay? So, which is 16 days,
Okay.
okay? So, if at all if this any of this activity either A, B, C or E is getting
Mhm.
impacted or else it's getting delayed by a number of days or getting before completing or something like that, the project end date will get impacted. Either the project end date can be moved before or after the given exact schedule, this the date which we have planned. Okay, so
Okay.
that is the reason we call the longest duration path in a specific project as a critical path.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
And in this critical path, uh, okay, let me explain this. And so, say for example, and you take DCE. So in DCE, say D is taking 2 days, right?
Uh-huh.
So C should start after both A and D is completed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And C also has a dependency with B as well. For
Yes.
C to start, it should complete the D activity as well as the B activity.
Mm-hmm.
AB. So now you see, say for example, A has been completed, okay, and D is completed.
Okay.
That means by November 10, 2024, you have these two activities completed because by November 9, A will be ready, and November 10, D is also ready.
Correct.
Correct. So
Mm-hmm.
from November 9, B activity gets started already because it has a dependency with A. A is completed by
A.
November 9 itself. So B will be starting in the November 9.
Correct.
Correct. So and B will take 4 days of time.
Correct.
which is let's say November 13th or something like that, on which that B will be getting finished.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whereas D has been already finished on 10th.
Okay.
Okay. And C can start only B is finished because it has a dependency on B. Anyhow, D has been already completed, but now C is waiting for B to be completed.
Correct.
Right. So B will be, say for example, B will complete on November 13, 2024. Whereas
Mhm.
by November A, then November 9, but then, okay. C. So C should start only after A, B, and D finished. So A, B, and D will be finished by November 13th. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So the ideal start date of C should be November 14th.
14th. Correct.
Right. In this scenario, if you take the DCE path, take the D activity. So D activity can be done on November by November 13th as well. It has some buffer period.
Mm-hmm.
You understood why?
Because I should start D after B. So B is completing
Mhm.
in 2 days,
Right.
right?
B will be completing in 4 days. Okay.
Uh-huh.
The
No, no,
full
D,
duration.
right? Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
D will be completing on 2 days. So D has a buffer. It can complete by November 13th. Even though it has 2 days, it can take a few more days as well to complete that activity. Do you know why?
No.
Okay. So just see this scenario. C, ideal start date of C is November 14th, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay. And C has a dependency on B, A, B, and D.
Correct.
A is anyhow finished. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
D, we have an ideal start date saying that it will be starting with including A only. So the start date of D will be November 9.
Yes.
Sorry,
And
8,
end
8,
date is
8.
November
Sorry,
10th.
8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 8. It will start at 8 only, but D will end at 10, whereas A will end at 9.
9. Correct.
Right. So for C to start, the B should finish first.
Correct.
But B will take 4 more days. That is November 13th. Until November 13th, C cannot start. Even though the D is finished, C cannot start because B has not been completed yet.
Correct.
Right. So that means, so there is no point like even though if you complete D within 2 days, within the given time,
Uh-huh.
you cannot start
Uh-huh.
C because B is not
Correct.
completed. So
Correct.
D can wait for some time. So instead of
Uh-huh.
going, say for example, D has two resources, okay, to complete that
Uh-huh.
activity in 2 days.
Uh-huh.
But now, even though if I take two resources and complete that activity in 2 days, anyhow I should wait for 2 more days for the beach to complete.
Correct.
So instead of that, what I will do is I will just reduce one resource from D. So D will take two resources to complete that activity in 2 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just remove one resource. Okay. I'll keep only one resource and I will ask him to do that activity in 4 days.
Okay.
Okay. You take 4 more days because I don't have any problem because even though you complete that bit early, I cannot start the other activity because I have a dependency for that activity with B.
Correct.
So now you understood why D has some buffer.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. So this buffer period, we call it as a float.
Okay.
Okay. That means
Mm-hmm.
D can be delayed by 2 days. So the float of that specific activity will be 2 days.
days.
Okay, so this is called
Mhm.
as a float, and we have in float we have two different types. Total float is free float.
Hello? Yes, I lost you. What did you say? I don't hear you.
Able to hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, fantastic. So in float also we have two different kinds of floats. One is total float and other is free
Mm-hmm.
float. Okay, total float is the one which will impact the whole project, whereas the free
Mm-hmm.
float is the one which will just impact the immediate succeeder activity of that specific activity.
Okay.
Okay, so these are the two kinds of floats what we have, and this is the critical path definition, and so you can also see the same in the system. Okay, I will showcase you that, and the
Mm-hmm.
relationships as well. So you said that
Okay.
you have not seen the relationships exactly, even though you have planned, right? So I have seen that what are the relations you have given in the system for that rig assembly project which you have created. So I will showcase you the relations which you have created in the graphical view. Okay. And you said that people are using that pencil icon and creating here and there the relations,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So you can also do that. That's not a so yeah, I will
Okay.
showcase. So until this point of time, do you have any doubts? Or is
No,
it
I'm
clear?
very clear. Yeah, I'm very clear. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. So dates, scheduling, and critical path flow. Okay, fine. So let me showcase you it in the system so that it will be clear for you.
Okay.
So first I will go with the one which you have created. Okay, and I will show you
Mm-hmm.
the relationships how you can view that. Okay,
Okay.
so for that relationship ships to view, you need to select the network header. Okay,
Okay.
and if you
So
select the network
relationship.
header, yeah,
Uh-huh.
select the network header, you can see this icon as network graphic.
Uh-huh. Network graphic. Okay.
Right. If you select the product definition level or the WPS element, you won't see that network graphic indicator or the icon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Rather, you will see this product planning board.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So if you go and click on this network header, you see
Yes. Now I see.
this is what you want, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you have a lot of activities. This is big. Uh, so this is
Yeah,
how the
this is the
activities will be.
client. This is the client they required me to create as per their WBS element,
Yeah, yeah,
and
fine. That's
they
not a
gave me.
problem.
Yeah.
We can create as many as we like, but the only thing is we need to see like this. If you go
Yeah. See.
with more, it will be be difficult for us to view all at once.
Correct.
But that's not a problem. You just zoom it, go up and down here and there, and find all the activities whatever we have. Okay, and you can also just double click over here, and you can go to that specific activity, and you can change the dates however you like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and if we have okay, and the icon which they are using is this is the one. Connect is the
Connect.
one.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
which
okay,
they
okay,
are
okay.
using. So if you just click on that, you will be seeing a pencil icon over here.
Okay.
So instead of you can also give because you have given in that specific screen, right? By clicking on that relationships and you have given the other activities.
Correct.
So that is one option to have the relationship develop, and this is the other option. You can also directly drag from here to there to connect all the activities whatever you like. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the
Oh,
same will
yes.
be, yeah, the same will be reflected in the backend in that screen as well.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So see, and
Mm-hmm.
also you can delete this specific activity if you don't need these relationships, you can just click on that relation and click on delete.
Oh, okay.
so that it will be deleted from here. So you can have whatever it has. And if you want this relation to be changed, you can just directly double click over here and you can change whatever the relationship you want for that activity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because this system will consider in such a way like if you start the pencil from here and connecting this to here,
Okay.
it will by default take that means this activity is going to finish and then this should start. That is the reason it will
Yes.
showcase the FS.
Mm-hmm.
Connect this from this side, it will showcase you the start relation.
Start. Okay.
So that will depends upon how you are selecting that nodes and how you are moving here and there.
Okay.
Okay. So anyhow, if that is not as per your requirement, saying that once you drag it from here and there, you don't want that FS to be or get, or else you want that start to be updated, you can anyhow select double click on that and change whatever relationship you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you can also see all the dates over here. And if you observe one thing in this, you can see a difference in the colors. This is too big. Okay, let me do one thing. Just don't mind. I'm just taking a different project which has a few
Yeah,
less
that's fine.
number.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hmm. Just taken this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, okay. Hmm.
Okay.
You see this? This is a bit similar to one which I have explained to you in the Excel sheet.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So see, say for example, A and D, consider A and D, B, C, and
Mm-hmm.
E.
Yes.
So A and D are going to start one and the same, and B has a dependency on A, C has a dependency on both A and D, and E has a dependency on rest everyone.
Hmm.
Okay, so that is how I have given the relationships as well. See, these two has a relation of start. So they both are starting on same
Yes.
date, November 7th.
Same day. Uh-huh.
Right. And this one has a finish start. So once it gets finished, only then it should start.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah, this
similarly,
is
the other
nice.
activity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So once this activity is finished, only then the C should start. But C has a
Yeah.
dependency on both B and D.
B and D, yes.
Right? Here the naming convention is a bit different. That's not a problem. Say 10, 20, 40,
Okay.
50, 30. You can call A, B, C, D, E, whatever it might be.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, so finally, if you see it here, you can see this 5 days. You see in between 5 0. You see these numbers, right?
Uh-huh.
Zero. These are nothing but float.
Oh, okay.
You see, because since if say for example, if this is the D activity, it has a float of 5 days. Because
Yes.
you understood, right? Why we have 5 days? So you understood why we have 5 days float here.
Yes, because one is going to activity 10 is going to complete. Then
Mm-hmm,
it's going to start activity 20,
mm-hmm,
and then it's going to start 40. And the activity 30 is directly is going to go with the 40. So it
mm-hmm,
has time. So if I check the dates,
mm-hmm.
10 is finished just in same day, and
Right.
20 is finished on uh, 15,
So
right? So how
here we
many
have the
days?
duration.
6 days. Oh, yes,
Duration.
I didn't say on the top. 6 days.
Okay,
It has
okay.
6 days.
Right.
So, yes, so it's going to complete in 2 days. So, 6, 1, yeah, 6 minus 1 because
Mm-hmm.
it's completing. So, 5 days. Yes, I got it.
Got it, right? So that we call as a float. Nothing but the buffer time period until how much time it can be delayed is called as a float.
Okay.
And if you see the other floats, the other activity is zero
Yes.
because they don't have any buffer time. They
Yes.
should finish
So
in
then
that
we
specific date. If not, that will impact the project date.
Okay.
Okay. And also you see we have a different color of this specific activities if you observe. So these lines, you just observe the lines.
Mm-hmm.
Did you find any difference between
Yes.
these lines and this?
Yes. They have the red lines and the bottom is, I think, black or blue.
Yeah. So other than red, whatever it might be. Okay. So that is the reason we call it as a critical path.
Critical path. Okay.
Because this is the longest duration in a given project, it will take the longest time. And if any of these activities getting impacted by any of the constraints or any of the scenarios, the total entire the project will be getting impacted.
Okay. Okay.
That is the reason in any of the critical path you don't have any floats. The float will be always zero in the critical path.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You understood why, right?
Okay. I got it now. Yes, I got it
Right.
now.
Right. So that is the reason we call it as a critical path. So the other paths, whatever it might be, if at all we have a different path, saying one more activity starting at the same time, and it has five different activities to be completed, and if that is the longest path, then this will not be considered as a critical path, and it can have some buffers as per these relations. Once you develop the relationships, you will come to
Mm-hmm.
know how much delay that specific activity can be delayed based upon the
Okay.
flows. So you can
Mm-hmm.
just come to this network graphic screen. You can see in this specific screen, what you can see is what are all the activities planned, what is the specific start date of that specific network header, and what is the end date of that. Mean to say the overall the network, what are the components
Network.
that are under the
Uh-huh.
network, how much time that is going to take, what is the start and what is the end, and in between how many activities we have, and what is the critical path, and what are the activities that can be delayed, and how much time that can be delayed.
Okay. Okay. I got it now.
Yeah, all this information can be viewed in this single screen.
Yes.
Okay, so this is called
Mm-hmm.
the network graphic screen, and you can have the relationships how as I said, and oh my goodness,
Why?
as time constraint. So if you go the same screen, let us go with this project planning view.
Mm-hmm.
So you see this one, let me zoom it so that it will be clear for you. Able to see it now a bit clear?
Yes. Uh-huh.
So I think this is the man variable zoom factor. Okay, 100, let me, nice. Okay, you see here, this is the activities we have. And here also you can see this specific path. See, this is activity 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which I have given. Say 10, 20,
Mm-hmm.
30, 40,
Mm-hmm.
50.
Mm-hmm.
So 10 and 30 are getting started at once. So this is the relationship
Uh-huh.
we have. Okay.
Uh-huh.
10 has a dependent, sorry, 20 has a dependency on 10. 30 has a dependency on both 10 and 30. Sorry, 40 has. Whereas 50 has
Uh-huh.
dependency on rest everything.
Correct.
You can see this specific thing is given in red color,
Yeah.
which we call as a critical path again.
Okay.
Okay. And so here you can also see, so I just remove few of the fields over. So you can select, we have an icon over to select field selection. Okay. You can just select this
Mm-hmm.
and you can just input what are all the fields that you are looking to see in this specific screen.
The
You
planning
can
board.
just,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, you can just select drag and drop over here.
Okay.
So these are all the fields which are available right now on the left, because since let me drag it. So you can see. So
Mm-hmm.
what is the status? What are the basic start dates, end dates, and what is the float that is available? See, you can see for that activity the total float and free float.
Yes.
So
Mm-hmm.
this is how you can see by just selecting uh, what are the required fields for you to see that in that planning board, and you can select and just drag it over here. You can watch that from here as well. This is how the planning board looks like, and this is how you will analyze the planning board.
Okay. So do we use planning board a lot in in this real time scenario, like consultants or users, super users? Are they using a lot this planning board or?
No, because a lot in the sense that they don't use them much, Rupal, to be honest, because this
Mhm.
will just give you some information graphically. That's it. Other than that, we don't have
Yeah, that's
anything.
it.
Right, that's it. Because but you also see they can use, because if you go to here, you cannot, but you need to go to single each and every activity, and you need to see what are the dates and how, what is the duration, etc., something like that.
Yes.
Whereas you can, if you at all, if you want that everything to be seen at once, then you can go. But this project planning board mainly they will see at the time of planning only, because once you start the execution phase, they will not watch it much frequently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, they can use, because this is just an option. So that depends person to person how they view. If they are comfortable to view by single activity and view models at the network traffic view, then they will go with this. If not, they will go with the total project plan as
Mm-hmm.
well. Yeah, so they can use or they cannot, depends upon
And what is this blue line for? The top one.
this one.
Yes. This is the
This is for
project
the
planning,
WBS.
like the starting to end date.
Yeah, it's a complete project, because that has a different, because if you add few more other things, you'll have different colors. But specifically this color that doesn't seem this colors is relevant to this or something like that. Other than red color, the other colors you it won't significant, like this is this color is for this or something like that. But the duration, it's a total duration of the project. You see, this line and this
Okay.
line will end in the
Yes,
same.
yes. Mm-hmm. Okay,
Okay,
I
this is
got
for
it. Mm-hmm.
WPS. Yeah, these are all the activities. Okay, next. Uh, hmm. So you are looking for this capacity planning as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe that capacity planning I can take it on tomorrow, Rupal. Okay,
Okay.
since we are short of time. So
Can you give me some time on Saturday morning, like your sometime like 2, 3 hours?
2, 3 hours. I'm not pretty much sure on that, Rupal, because I just have few plans on this Saturday and Sunday. But still, I can spend 1 hour to showcase you that capacity requirements as well.
Okay. So after
But
capacity, if we can do it like the one full cycle, I already done it. But still, I want to see the one full life cycle with the material component requirement.
Mhm,
Like we
mhm.
have components and how to see it, and
Okay,
we have cost activity and activity elements,
right.
right? So I want to see that as well, and the AUC, asset under construction.
Sure, definitely, we'll see that. So this end-to-end life cycle, what I will show is
Uh-huh.
the project execution phase. In execution phase, it will be different for one some projects to project. It will be different. So
Mm-hmm.
we'll take so as you said, we'll procure some materials. Okay, we'll be adding this material
Mm-hmm.
components, and we'll see the purchase requisitions generated, and with respect to that PR, we'll be creating a PO, and with respect to that PO, we'll be creating a GR, and we'll be able to see the actuals on the WPS element. I will showcase
Mm-hmm.
you some reports as well. Okay, from where you can see all these actuals planned, and what is the, if at all, if you have some budget on that, what is the budget, what is the available budget that is right now, and what is the
Mm-hmm.
consumed. Okay, what is the planned
Mm-hmm.
cost? All these things, we have few reports. I will showcase you the reports as well. And once we
Okay.
have this
So,
actual cost
uh-huh.
coming from GR, because the actual cost can be done in multiple ways. Either we can do direct journal entries, either or else we can procure the materials and we can have it from the GR. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
we will do both ways. For one WBS, we'll post directly the journal entry. for one WPS, we'll procure the materials and we'll get the actuals from PR, PO, and GR.
Okay,
Okay.
and I forgot to ask you about the down payment. Like though they are receiving down payment from the customer,
Uh-huh.
and then they start the process.
That's fine. Absolutely fine. Because if they have the down payment in place, then sales order is the one which will be starting with first. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And in the sales order, we'll be having these materials assigned at the sales order line item level. In that specific materials, we are going to have this WBS elements. And if they receive that down payment, and also if they want that payment to be done, what we call, so initially they are giving some down payment, and are you paying them in between, or you are just receiving the down payment and doing the final payment at last?
They are going by they have the different customers. Sometimes they go by percentage, like milestone payments,
Mhm.
milestone billing,
Okay,
and
okay, okay.
sometimes they just go by lump sum, like they ask for the down payment first, and then they go by the full payment.
So down payment and full payment, two steps. Okay.
Yes, and milestone
And
billing too. Like
and
as they complete
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
project, they generate the invoice.
Full payment at once, and then milestone based payments, right?
Correct, correct.
So you have three different kinds.
Hmm. I don't think so. They are going to receive full payment, any cost, because this is a very big project.
Then
So I
yes,
don't think
then no
so.
place.
Yes.
So you might be having only two scenarios where you'll be receiving down payment before doing the activity, and once you do the activity, once you complete the activity, you are going to bill the remaining amount to the customer.
Hmm.
This is one thing, and the other thing is like based upon the percentage. So if you reach 30%, you will release some billing. If you reach 40, 50, something like that. Okay, based upon the customer, you
Hmm.
are going to release the invoices, and customer will be paying, right?
Hmm.
Hmm. So then, anyhow, because this two doesn't differ much, because we can say that we have only two milestones here, whereas here we can say that
Hmm.
we have multiple milestones. That because it's only one scenario, we can consider as one scenario. Okay, so
Hmm.
10% as down payment, 90% as full payment, and this 90% can be segregated into other parts based upon the customers and the client. Okay,
Okay.
whether this 90% can be done at the full time, I mean to say, once all the activities are completed, or because you have, as per the structure, I can see that you have a lot of multiple activities, because the structure which you have given, in this you have developed as per their requirement.
Yes, they just give me only WBS elements so far
Uh-huh.
because they
Okay,
are still in the like planning phase.
right, right,
So I
right.
have
Fine.
only WBS element concept.
Yeah. Okay, okay, fine. No issue. So if this is the case, then we will be having, like say for example, we'll be adding milestones to each and every network, or else to each and every WBS element. Okay. So if this specific activity is completed, or this the WBS is completed, we can say how many we have. One, two, three, four, five, six. So you can just divide this 90 by 6, and 15% we can release to the customer.
Mm. Okay.
That depends, okay, but we can do that. Yeah. So you can receive the down payment from the sales order, and once you really receive the down payment, then you can start the project.
Okay. So tomorrow
Okay.
we are going to do the capacity and are we going to complete only capacity or we can cover something else as well?
We can cover this cycle as well. I will try to cover the cycle, but we'll see how much it will be covered. Whether it will be covered the full cycle or partially, we'll see based upon the time tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
and also, Rupal, just to give you some
Mm-hmm.
idea, because coming to this capacity planning, this will be much more related to production plan, okay, PPE model,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because this capacity planning will be handled within the work centers itself, because you don't see, we'll be using CJ20 and screen anymore,
Okay.
because in CJ20N you will just use that work center, whatever that specific team has been created, Based upon the work center master data, you will get that activity type. Okay. Based upon this
Mm-hmm.
activity type and the cost center associated with that work center, you will get the rate.
Yes.
That rate will be multiplied with the duration of the work which you have given in that activity, and you will get the planned cost. Okay. And once you confirm that activity, as I shown you yesterday, you will have an actual date or actual hours tab over there. So you can give that actual hours, and once you save that, you can see the actual cost on the WBS element.
You know, Samir, I did a study today a lot
Mm-hmm.
about the capacity,
Mm-hmm.
and I did a lot of exercise. The only
Mm-hmm.
thing I couldn't figure out the reports when they said, okay, required capacity.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see any required capacity on my project. And
Mm-hmm.
second thing, the load of capacity and the leveling of capacity at the end.
Okay.
So if you can show me
Um,
only reports, that will work too because I already completed everything.
okay. If you don't mind, can you please just showcase me that so that I can try to
Yeah,
get the
sure,
exact
sure.
reports we were sharing?
Actual layout.
This is the same system or it's a different one?
No, this is the same system.
Okay, fine. Mm-hmm.
I just created like this evening.
Okay, okay, fine. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So this is their actual layout.
Okay.
And I have created a couple of them. So I can go with this one as well.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check it because I was trying here. And really bad in memorizing
Transactions,
transaction codes. Yes, I'm really, really bad.
but that's okay. Until unless we know the path, that's not at all a problem. It will just
Because through
delay
the part,
for some time.
yeah,
But
because I learned my payroll, SAP HR,
mm-hmm.
just by troubleshooting because I was in FICO project and we were
Mm-hmm.
getting some error messages and they said, Rupal, can you help them? They are getting error message and we have to complete the payroll.
Okay,
So
okay,
I
okay.
said, okay, let me try this. And I solved it
Okay,
because I'm
fantastic.
master in it that, okay, how to solve and everything. So I
Mm-hmm.
solved it and then I thought, oh, it's really interesting. But I couldn't find like someone who can teach me. Everybody teach me OMPA, like org structure and personal
Okay.
administration. But when it comes to the time management and payroll, where you
Mm-hmm.
have to write schemas,
Okay, okay. Mm.
that time I learned from the error messages,
Right, right. That's true.
right?
But
So
how
you learn a lot.
you
Yes. Okay, so no, this is not the one. I think it is the load or requirement. Let me check it. And I don't know why they are giving this kind of. You see, I created these different work center, but
Mhm.
requirements is zero. Though I'm using it. These work center.
Okay.
It is saying available
So
capacity. Available
open the work center
capacity that
once and how
uh,
you have planned this capacity. Opening the work center.
open in the work center. Okay.
Yeah, work center master data.
Mhm. Yes, so I go to capacity.
Just a second. I'm able to see the report only, not that screen.
Oh, you see only reports. Yes, yes. This I'm sorry.
I think you have shared only one screen.
Yes.
Yeah, now I can. Okay. What you have done here, you have given the start and end time and with the breaks.
Mhm.
20%. Okay. Then,
Yes, I did this. And in scheduling, I didn't do anything. I just, as I said, that I'm just copying from the SAP
okay, okay.
material.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But because as a consultant, I know what is activity type and cost center,
Right, right, right,
and I
right.
know KP26, how to make relationship. So
Correct.
this is, I did it in master data.
Okay, you
And
are
if
familiar with
we
the costing tab.
check, so if we go to CG20N,
Mhm.
and I think that was S3.
Yeah, the first one.
The first one, yes. So 90% I created all the projects with the, no, not this one. No. So I created the small one, something.
Mhm.
I think it is WC. Uh, sorry about that.
No problem, no problem.
I was just trying. Yes, this one.
Yeah.
So you see this one. And
Right.
if I go to edit
Uh-huh.
cost element, this is all calculated,
Yeah.
right? So when I
So
go
this
to
is
report, I don't see the required hours. Though I confirm, I settle the cost.
you settle the cost.
Yes.
Settle to which?
I settled to a cost center because I'm a consultant, right? FICO. So what I did, I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
I did the right thing or wrong. I just
No problem.
confirm
No.
only this. I just confirm only this activity
Okay.
first. And
Okay.
then I go to here, a cost and settlement rule.
Yeah. Okay. You
And here
have
I
settled to the
assign the
cost.
cost center. And
Mm-hmm.
then I had the error messages for the
Okay.
parameter
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
allocation structure. So I just change this and assign my cost element to
That group.
cost element group. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
So though I
So
settle it, but still
mhm.
I don't see that.
Have you checked before settling? Once you just confirm that.
Yeah, I checked it. And that's why
Mm-hmm.
I just, and here also I have it like in A2,
Mm-hmm.
A3, I'm using it, but I don't see.
Okay. So you just want that specific reports where you can see this, right?
Yes, correct. Because
Okay.
somewhere I'm making mistake. Otherwise, I already figured it out that okay, in the work center, you give
Mm-hmm.
the capacity, your capacity for that work center, that this work center can work only 8 hours a day. That's it. And when
Right,
I'm
right, right.
using that work center for the activity, and here if
Mhm.
I'm giving here 40, that means I need 5 days to complete this activity.
Correct. Because I think you have used the calculation key as calculate duration.
Yes.
You see, just below the work, you have a tab field called calculation key.
Uh-huh.
You use calculation duration, right? So that's the reason. If you enter 40, by default, it will calculate by 8 and it will give you the as
Okay,
5.
5 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you just try to change that 40 to anything, then the normal duration will also change automatically.
Oh, okay. Oh, activities confirmed. Yeah, but
See?
this is 6. Yes, yes, it
Right.
is it's changed.
So that depends upon the calculation key how you have used. So you can use multiple keys, whatever we have. And if at all if that is zero, then it will be manually done. So it doesn't depend. It won't have
Okay,
any cost.
okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. So this is I have done, and one thing also I tried it. If you have
Mm-hmm.
time, if you give me some more time.
Yeah, yeah, please, please, please carry on. Today I'm
So when
okay.
I go to when I go to CR02, and if I go over here,
Mm-hmm.
I figured it out that if I go to capacity,
Mm-hmm.
and here I have HR assignment.
Yeah.
I created employee as well
Mm-hmm.
and assigned to it, but I don't know what is the purpose of it and how to use it.
Okay.
Okay. For one activity, we need
Mm-hmm.
maybe one employee to complete that task.
Right, right, right,
right?
right.
But my concern is if I have work center, I am already calculating hours over there, and whatever is the cost, I am assigning to the cost center.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm taking employees from the SAP HR, that means that is my employee. This amount should go to in payroll process,
Mm-hmm.
or how that is going to be calculated if I'm using my employee, internal employees here,
So
or I'm
then,
just assigning the employee name. I don't know, like I don't understand this one.
okay, okay. So you can have this, maybe you can use this cat's time entry, right? Whenever they are going to submit their time sheet uh,
Mhm.
against this specific WPS or the network activity. So they can submit the timesheet with that network activity, and they can see the hours spent on that specific object. Either it might be the network activity or the WPS element.
Mhm.
So have you
Because
worked on this cats? I think
I'm sorry.
you have you worked on this cats
Yeah, I
transaction?
worked with the cats, but
Okay.
I did not check on this software and this system. I had earlier one, and I had to
Okay.
configure everything. And when it comes to the attendance absences, I stopped it. I said, "Oh my God, I have to configure everything from the
Yeah,
scratch."
yeah, that will be difficult. Yeah. But you are aware of that, right? So
Yes, I'm aware of it.
okay, okay, perfect. So this is an add-on node in S/4HANA. We don't have this in SAP ECC.
Hmm.
So it has a complete what is called different requirement. This works whenever we have a requirement. It has a complete different requirement to configure this node. Okay, and we also
Oh,
have
okay.
SAP EPPM, which is another extension of PS as well. Guys, you- this is also one more add-on, and in this it has been subdivided into CPM and PPM. Commercial Project
SAP
Management.
is just increasing its capacity.
Project portfolio. So I just tried to explore on this SAP PMMO in my previous project because client has this requirement. Even
Mhm.
they don't know this concept, PMMO concept, but they just has given a requirement in such a way, and someone has suggested to them saying that this is some add-on we have. Some not someone, it is nothing but the SAP itself because uh, my client, which I have worked previously, has given first chance to SAP to have their implementation done. So what SAP has done
Okay.
is, even though the client has a requirement or doesn't have requirement, irrespective of that, they have sold everything what they have to the client.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
yeah, so they came up with saying that we. So after that, you know what? And for every requirement what client is asking, they are charging it extra. So they are billing more extra if at all if they are asking some customizations, etc. Even though they set the requirement initially, so some people, I'm not uh, uh, criticizing them, but few of them are in such a way that because they want to expand their business and so
No, I know because I have the big client as well. So we are
uh-huh,
working for them because we are also a company here,
uh-huh,
and we are working for here a big company, and they have the same issue. They give
right,
this
right,
SAP S/4HANA implementation to some company in India,
uh-huh.
and I don't know what they implemented. And oh my God, like the go live date, people had no idea how to log into the SAP system. And they have so many issues, and now they are taking our help to help them.
Uh-huh.
Only
Okay,
in
okay,
plant manager, plant maintenance right now, but they
right.
are having a lot, tons of issues. And for each things they are charging. Like for small changes, they are charging.
Right. Yeah, that's true. So in that case, they have came up with saying that so SAP has told us this, SAP PM, we have that concept it seems. So we need this concept to be implemented. They don't know
Yes,
what
that's
it
true.
is exactly, but they want this to be implemented as they want that.
Yes.
So in that case, I just tried some R&D on the system, and I have done some configurations in the backend. And so finally, I just showcased them. This is how it will work. Now you decide whether you need this to be implemented or not, as per your business requirement.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah. And also, this is SAP EPPM. These are nothing but a product management tools, where it will be. If you have seen some queries thing, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that is how it will be looking like. It has some what do you call user interface. Will be very much look and feel will be very good. Nothing but these are product management tools, where you have. Uh, but let me, if you are okay, I can explain this.
Mm-hmm.
Not will
Sure.
go into the points. Okay. So yeah, so I just said this because since it's a vast topic, and we also have the SAP is getting upgraded more and more. So we cannot say until we I am 100% sure in this specific module or something. Which, even though you have been working for long since years, we are not sure. We cannot comment that I know 100%.
Mm. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Okay. Coming to our part, go with MQ. Okay. Before that, I will showcase you this capacities report. How you are looking that. So I just created one workshop. So I just created this work center. If you see this capacity,
Mhm.
so we have a start time of so it will be starting at morning 8 and ending time is 5 in the evening, and we have a
Mhm.
1 hour break.
Mhm.
So which means the operating time is 8 hours because the total 8 to 5 is 9 hours, and removing the break of 1 hour, the operating time will be 8 hours.
8 hours. Okay.
Okay? And the capacity utilization we have given it as 100%. That
Mm-hmm.
means so 100% it will be utilized. So 8 hours will be worked by that specific person or whatever it might be in that specific work center. That 100% will be carried out. I mean to say 8 hours will be utilized for sure.
Okay.
Okay, and this is the available capacity which you will be seeing in the capacity reports. Nothing but the operating time into number of individual capacities
Mm-hmm.
gives us the available capacity, which is in hours as of now. That is capacity 16 hours. So if you and I also create a project with this work center. I have given this work center and I have given 16 hours. So the same I have it over here. So now if I go to this CM03 for the which you just seen yesterday. Okay. Just
Mm-hmm.
click see the standard view. You can see on well, I have a requirement of 16 hours, whereas my
Mm-hmm.
available capacity is 16 hours, which means the capacity
Mm-hmm.
use is 8%. We don't have any remaining available capacity because we are completely utilizing whatever the
Your voice, Samir, your voice is breaking up.
really. Okay, just a minute.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like you are speaking from very far.
Oh, sure, I'm at the same position and my internet is also stable, but not sure why it is happening. Is it fine now?
Yes, it is fine.
Okay. So I'll just repeating that. So since on 12th, because this is the date, let me show. On 12th, I have a requirement, okay,
Mhm.
uh, of 16 hours, and my available capacity, which you have seen it here in the capacity screen, it is also a 16 hours available capacity. So that means the capacity load is being 100% utilized, and we don't have any remaining available capacity as we have already utilized whatever that is available for
Okay.
this date. So if you see for the other dates, you can see same 16 hours is still available. We don't have any requirement as of now.
Requirements. Okay.
Okay. So, and if at all, say for example, if you are changing this to yes, have changed number of individual capacities as one, which is showing that available capacity is now 8 hours. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Saving it. You see now the available capacity is
Yes.
8, but my requirement is 16 hours, which means
16
I
hours.
still, yeah, I still need a capacity of 8 hours for this task to be
Mm-hmm.
completed, and you can see the capacity load is 200%.
200%. Okay.
Yeah. So whenever you have a capacity load more than 100%, you'll be showing all these lines in red color,
Uh-huh.
saying that you need some additional capacity, which is not available right now in the system. So you need to plan it out.
So it's showing in requirement, and when I created, I didn't see any requirement because I did not confirm it, or why I
Yeah,
couldn't see the in
confirmation is not
requirements.
required. Confirmation is not at
Uh-huh.
all required to see the requirement. Let me see. W WC-1, right?
I think so.
Okay, okay, okay. Nine.
Yes,
Okay,
it's
we have
40.
it. Yeah, 48 is the requirement, and we don't see
Available capacity is 0, and it's saying 99.9.
99%. Okay. We might have.
I feel I have given some kind of capacity. Yes, I created a capacity.
So we have available capacity is 8 hours, and we have a requirement of 48 hours.
So my question is, it is
Mhm.
about a day. So 8 hours in a day, right? So
Mhm.
when it's showing, it's just showing all the requirements is just 1 day in my load
No, no,
capacity.
no. This is a week one. So if you see here, it is weekly. So 52 weeks in a year, right? So you can see
Uh-huh.
it is week. The previous one which I have executed, it will show you daily, day wise. You see?
Uh, okay. So in weekly it's showing 48. So why it's not showing available capacity for week? Because if it is 8, then it should be 40 in available capacity. 8 multiplied by 5, so it's supposed to be 40 here, right?
Right, right, right. Because we can see that here, 3240, it is available here, but I'm not sure what this line is not showing. Also, this is not, it is pretty much odd, 99%.
Yes. Maybe I made some mistake.
Yeah, but okay, I will compare that and I will let you know, Rupal.
Okay,
Okay?
sure, sure. But I got your point, like how things works. I will try myself as well. But if
Sure,
I
sure,
can
sure.
come up with what mistake I made, that way, in
Right, right,
future
right.
I can.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, definitely. We'll check this so that we can understand why we are getting in this way. Okay. So, uh, let us go with this one cycle where we have. So this will be seeing people now. So posting of actuals on WPS with both general entry, some general voucher, and as well as the GR. And then we'll be
Mm-hmm.
settling all the costs to the level 1 WPS element, and from level 1 to an AUC, and then to a final asset.
Okay.
Also said, getting this AUC, we have two options. We can either generate the AUC automatically by the system once you release the WPS element. That is depends
Mm-hmm.
upon the investment profile configuration. And if not, like the final asset, you need to create the AUC also manually and then assign that AUC as a settlement receiver in the WPS element.
Okay.
There are two ways in generating this AUC. So you're able to see my screen, right, Rupal?
Yes. Yes.
See, we don't have this investment profile configured. Okay, based on
Mm-hmm.
this investment profile, we can have the AUC automatically generated once you release the WPS.
Okay.
If not, you need to create an AUC manually and then assign it as a settlement receiver in the WPS.
Okay. Are we going to cover AEC? Because I tried, but I couldn't do it later
Sure,
on.
sure, we'll do that. If at all, if you can have all the cost, so let me post that. So if not, if that is not, you can just showcase me your scenario and we'll see why you are getting that error message.
Okay.
This is one indicator, Rupal, by
Mm-hmm.
which you can see whether that PR to be generated immediately or from release or never.
Okay. But I have one question over here, Samir, because before we start assigning all this, sometime we just create the WBS element structure and we release it, right? And later on we create all these activities and everything. So do I have to like once I create and save it, then just particular this activity I release and then system is going to create the purchase requisition, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But the ideal scenario is like, so just don't release from the product definition level. So whatever you want, because if you release from the product definition level, if you want a new WBS or a network activity to be added to that project, it will by default will come into the release status
Oh, okay.
because you are assigning it under the one object which is already in release status. So
Oh, so it's
it
all
will
going
be
to be released already.
right. So generally you just create the whole project, and if you have really the requirement and that it's not a problem for you if you even if you add other WPS elements, and if that has a release status by default, if you don't have problem in adding that, then that's not a problem. You can release from the product definition level. But if you
Okay.
have a requirement where you have already released everything and you need a new WPS element which is to be in creator status because you don't want any postings to be happen to that WPS until unless you have a requirement on that.
Okay. Okay. Got
So in
it.
that cases, you need to go for an activity which is in real. If you want that to be performed, only release that specific network header or that activity or that WPS element.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. Just save it until here. You can see the settlement rule for the network
Mhm.
activity has been given as a WBSL. So you are setting whatever the cost that has been incurred on this specific activity, you will be going to settle this WBSL.
Okay.
Now, we'll try to add
Cost
a,
is going to accumulate it on that level.
yes, exactly, this level. So if required, you can change that settlement rule to a different WBS as well, as per the requirement.
Hmm. Okay.
Want directly that to be settled to this level one, you can do that as well. You can just change that list.
Hmm.
We'll add a
So that means at the end, when we are doing the year end or some closing process, from
uh-huh.
the final WBS element, first I accumulated all the costs to, for example, level 2 WBS element. And
Yeah,
then at the end, from that W2, level 2 WBS element, I settle the cost to the cost center or other cost object,
right. You can do that.
right? Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Material you can use, I think M-RP, M-RP 01 or 02. There you go. You have that. Mhm.
So I'm just changing this item category because by
Okay.
default system is taking as L, which is a stop item. I'm changing it to a non-stop item. So since we need a PR for that,
Okay.
it will ask now. It is a pop-up purchase requisition for the network. select it. Yes, yes. Stick it. Just one yes. So you have the PR generated.
Okay.
I want to release this specific application, right? Okay. So that I can generate
So
a
that means
PO.
we have two purchase requisition, one for external procurement and
Uh-huh.
under external procurement for particular this material we have separate purchase requisition.
This one?
Yes.
Yes, this one. Right. So 31 is for this material,
Huh?
with which you are going to generate a PO.
Huh?
Okay. Yes. Yes. You have a PR, right? You can able to see the commitments of this project using CJ I5 is the transaction. Okay.
CGI5.
So you have multiple database profiles with which you can choose as per the selection. So I'm just going to select the standard selection. You see the commitment. We are able to see
Yes.
that. What is that commitment? If you just double click on that, you can see the commitment is a purchase declaration which has been
Uh-huh.
generated for this material. And, you can go see the account assignment, which is a network activity, the
Network
cost
and
of
okay.
this is the material we have here,
Mm-hmm.
etc. Whatever.
Your voice, it's like going very down, and then I can hear something. I don't know what's wrong today.
Really, so sorry about that. And I'm not sure. Uh,
Yeah.
is it fine now?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes it's very good, and sometimes it's like very low.
Okay. Let me increase my tone.
Okay.
Hey. So, so this is once you double click on that specific line item, that CJI5 report, you can see from where this requirement has been generated, or else this commitment. So, and you can see all the data about that. This everything is related to the MM part. What is the quantity
Mm-hmm.
that has been given, and but the main thing is we'll be checking this account assignment tab where we have this network activity as an account assignment.
Okay.
Okay. And now I'm going to create a PO with respect to that PR. Okay. So here we have an option purchase requisition, right? We just input this purchase requisition over here. Yeah. We have all the data that has been copied from this purchase requisition. Okay.
Hmm?
I've given the so let me check the purchase organizations and so I'm going to give the amount
Hmm?
standard. I'm going to give 100 USD. Effective price is 100 USD and the minimum price is 1000. have a price from master as well. Assignment object, profit center. That's the only message not a problem. Because we are getting that message because when we have this profit center accounting, to view that with respect to the profit center, whenever you're doing few reports with respect to a profit center, then you might not be able to see this cost. If at all, if you don't have that network activity assigned to a profit center,
Mhm.
because that is the reason it is just throwing a warning message for us. Uh, no message issued during check, so I'm just saving this. Have the PO created. So you can
Mhm.
see this PO in our mobile system screen as well. Here.
Oh, okay, okay. PO exists. Okay,
Yeah. So before that, you won't see this PO existing option.
okay, okay,
Once the PO is generated, the procurement parameters tab of that material component, you can see this PO. And you can go directly from here as well. You can just click on this, it will directly redirect you to the PO, which we have created.
So that means if I have goods received, that is also I can see here from the project system screen.
No, no, no. GR you cannot see from there. So GR you need to see it from PO only. So because since we have an option for the PO, you can just go to PO from here and then you can view the GR from here.
Okay,
Okay. Right now we don't have the GR created as of now. So once we have the GR, you are able to see a different one more tab over here, which is purchase order history. In that you
mhm,
are going to see the GR as well. So
okay,
until unless we have the GR, you cannot see the actuals on the WPS element.
okay,
I'm just executing the commitment report again, which is CJI5. So you have this, since that PR has been converted to PO, PUC, the document reference category. This is the PR,
uh-huh.
which has been converted to the PO.
PO, okay,
I have given 10 as a quantity, and my unit price is 1000, so which is total 10,000.
10,000. Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you can also see the access report, which is CJI3,
Mm-hmm.
don't have any line items because since we have not yet created any GR.
Okay.
So until unless we have a GR, it will be in the commitment screen only. Now do a GR. Order. I'm doing a GR against this purchase order. And okay, okay, okay. Check. User is already. Uh-oh. Wait. The document is okay. Just posting
Mm-hmm.
it. See, this material document has been posted. Once this material document is posted, you can see the accounting entries generated so that the access will be visible in that CJI3 screen. So let me show you that. I'll be displaying that material. Document. So this is the material document. Go to the document info, you can see the FI.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the accounting entry generated for that. This is the accounting entry. It has been we have the consumption of raw materials to the GRIR clearing account.
Mm-hmm.
Once you do the IR, we'll be having this GRIR account. to the vendor account.
Okay.
Okay, so GRIR will be nullified, and the consumption raw material account will be credited, and the vendor account will be debited.
Okay.
That is the accounting entry. And, so you
So
can
that
now
means
able
when
to.
we are going to receive, when we are going to do the IR,
Mhm.
project system has nothing to do with the IR because that is a totally 100% invoice FI and people job.
Exactly. Yes. I now you have seen the actuals.
Actuals. Okay.
Just 10,000. So now, so this is one which we may talking about, like,
Hello?
yeah,
Yes.
able to hear me?
Uh-huh. Yes, yes. Now I.
Yeah. So one we have posted with the GR. Okay. Now we'll try to post some cost with GV, general also.
Okay.
So that I will be using this WBS element. Let's see.
Mhm.
Ah,
Expense start with the six.
this is
So with the network, do I have to give the WBS element, like WBS element and network both together?
no, not required.
Okay.
So this and status is in created. So let me delete. There's an account assignment on it. We are getting all. Even we have seen the same message while we are doing this PO as well.
Uh-huh. Try with Texas.
Okay.
Hmm. For this GL account, there is text code is required. Or try with I0. I think I0 will work. Let's see.
Tax code is required. Tax code is, we don't have an issue with the tax code, but it is asking about the tax jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, specify tax jurisdiction. So that is
Yes.
not tax code zero does not exist. Okay, then what is the tax code that exists for this jurisdiction?
Just give me a second so I can configure.
Yeah, please use the existing.
E0 and Texas.
Yeah,
It's not right. Otherwise, I will remove text code from this GL account.
right. Transaction key VS1 chart of accounts YCJ not defined.
I don't see the error message.
You see that?
Okay.
Have
Yeah,
tax
these
account.
accounts are not defined for this one.
Right.
Okay, let
Yeah.
me remove from this GL account. Let me remove the
Yeah, the tax
text
code
code require.
mandatory.
Yes.
Yeah. Hmm.
What is the GL account number? We have it.
6500
65.
8400.
There you go.
Fantastic. We have this document as well posted. CJ3 is the again report which showcases the actuals.
Mm-hmm.
You can see this 10,000 it is from our PMO and this 20,000 from our JV.
Uh-huh.
Total of 30,000 has been posted on this.
Okay.
So this is one of the tab. You can choose the fields whatever you want that to be displayed. So here the document number, transaction, type, and they will be checking this posting rate as well. So you should also, if you want this screen to be completed each and every time, you can save it as a layout, as you know this already.
Oh,
So if you want that to be default, you can check that. If you want that to be user specific, you can select any of these options. If not, you can leave it
mhm.
as it is. Just save this
Which
layout.
button? Which button did you click?
This one, the save icon here, save layout.
Okay, save layout. Okay,
Yeah. So this is save layout. And this is the select layout. If at all, if you
layout.
have
Okay.
multiple layouts that has been created by users, you can select the your
Mhm.
layout. And this is the change layout. If at all, if you
Change
want to
layout. Okay.
make some changes. So if you go back, you can see here the layout option.
Yes.
I have created our new layout. I'm going to use this one. See here. Now you will able to see that fields as well. These fields which I have
Okay.
added recently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
E2E1 is a WBS element which has been posted with a JV. Okay. You can see the document type
Mm-hmm.
as SA.
Uh-huh.
And E2E2 is the one which the costs are posted with respect to the PO and the GR. So the GR document
Uh-huh.
type is WE, which you are going to see it over
Okay.
here.
Uh-huh.
A is for goods receipt.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have the actuals posted. Now we'll try to settle the cost from this level, the level 2 WBS to the level 1. Okay.
Uh-huh.
For this network activity, so that the cost will be settled from this network activity to the WBS element.
Okay.
Okay. So once you settle the cost, you can see settlement as well. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
just
Oh, no, what you can do,
I
when
will
you
add
go
that.
to,
Has been given in this animation. Where are we? Shall we bring it up?
hello?
Hello.
Yes. Did you say something? I couldn't hear you.
No, I am just asking what is the cost element that has been used in this allocation structure?
Oh, I was just telling you that you use the allocation structure Y1.
I1.
Yeah, Y1.
What is the other one? Okay.
This is A1. So, so you go to settlement. Uh-huh. There we go, just Y1.
The settlement. I just executed in update test mode, so where we can see the cost has been settling from this. This is the sender and this is the receiver. Oh, you're there?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm just seeing the report again.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see from the network activity, it has been nullified
Okay.
and it has been posted to this E2E 2 WPS 10,000.
Okay. And how do I
Once,
know that particular network or WBS element settlement rule is already done or executed? Just by CJ88 or by reports, or I can see in CJ20N somewhere.
you mean to say the settlement whether that has been executed or not?
Yes.
Yeah, you
Can
can
I
see it in
see
the,
from this? Uh-huh.
yeah, you can see it from this screen. So if you just select this network activity, go to the settlement view, you see this first used and last used.
Okay, okay, okay,
So before settlement, you won't see this values.
okay.
So let me show you this because for this, since we have not executed the settlement, see here this first use and last use will be empty.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So what I'm trying to do is I just want this cost, whatever that has been posted on this procurement tab.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
You are assigning to the level one category,
Level
letter
one.
level one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm allocating all this cost to the E. Yes. That's right. So, just give me a minute, Rupa.
Okay, okay. I created this one, right? This A1, A2, A3, these are my internal activities.
Okay.
Okay, and this one is my external activities. For this one, I just created a purchase requisition. Here also I have one questions I will ask later on.
Mm-hmm.
But when I go to edit cost and not cost. If I go here and if I go to edit cost itemization, I see the all cost over here,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
But when I go to uh, CJI3,
Mm-hmm.
right? You said CJI3, right?
Yeah, it's for actuals.
This was for actuals, right? So
Right.
I don't see this plan, whatever right now it is planned because I did not confirm it's not going to be actual, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if I want to see these plan items, plan internal activities, because I see external activity as a plan, right? But I don't see this internal activity as a plan. So is there any way I can see it?
You mean to say to view the planned cost of that?
Yes, plan cost of internal activities.
We also have that.
Or
Just a sec.
or I can see in the cost actual variances.
Yeah, you can see in different screens. I think we also have a report where it shows the planned value as
Mhm.
well.
Correct?
Correct.
Whether it is
Correct.
external or internal.
Yes, whatever it might be.
Okay, that's good. My next question is when I go for external processing, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Here I give external processing. When I go over here, I give here vendor, I give here price, I give here cost
Okay.
element, and I give here activity quantity. But where is activity? What kind of activity I'm talking about, or what kind of product I'm talking about here in this phase? Because if I go for service activity, I have service activity separately. But
Hmm.
here, if I do not give anything and right click and I just assign the material, in that case,
Uh-huh.
it's creating two purchase requisitions separately, one for this exercise and another
Yeah.
for whatever I material assigned, right? So I got
Right.
confused. Here
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
you can.
getting any
So,
material or quantity or anything.
that so for this external activity, you just need to select an option of you have that option as immediately, right? You just need to select that as never, so that it won't generate any PR on that external activity. Rather, it would generate on the material component level.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. But what is the
Yeah.
purpose of it to have here immediately? Because if I do not have anything, what
Huh?
kind of service or what kind of material I'm looking for from this vendor, or from this vendor they assign the some kind of material. That's why if I select the material it automatically connect to that material. I don't know, like that is the way it can work.
No, no, no. So even if you select a vendor over here, so it will just when you are trying to create a PO with respect to the PR that has been generated, so system will automatically pick up the vendor from here. If you remember when we are trying to generate a PO, it is asking for the vendor because we have not inputted that vendor over here.
Correct, correct. Mhm.
Yeah. So, but
But
that's not.
how procurement people knows that what kind of material I'm looking for?
Yeah, that's what you need to add the material component under that activity. From here, you cannot see any material. What is the material or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm. So that means if I give here immediately and if I have this purchase requisitions, this is the wrong process to go through, correct?
Yeah, yeah. So that doesn't matter because with this purchase requisition, what they can do is, so instead of adding over here, they again need to, you will have a PR, but you don't have any material component in that. So you are saying that the people to decide what material they want to use, but this is the PR. In this PR, you need to use the material component.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Then they attach the material to this PR.
Correct. In that PR, then they will change the PR accordingly with their transactions like MA52N and other transactions, and they will update the material component as required. And in the account assignment tab, they will give this network activity.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And my next question is they
Mhm.
ask, oh my God, they ask too many questions.
Definitely, they will.
Yes,
So how was
and
your
the one,
session? Maybe you're done with the session, right, today?
no. I have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I have 2 more days to go.
Yeah, but Monday is done, right?
Yeah, Monday is done.
So how was the
Okay,
session?
so session was good, and they did this today. They did hands-on exercise little bit, and they were all comfortable with all the
Mhm.
exercise and everything. But my next question is here.
Okay, great.
They asked me the one candidate who's the project manager. He came from Oracle background,
Uh-huh.
and he said that
Okay.
in Oracle we can see the change order. That I okay, I will that I will let you know that what he asked, and then
Mm-hmm.
we can discuss later on.
Sure,
He
sure, sure.
said in Oracle we had this in project system we had this option
Mm-hmm.
where we have the change order. For example, we have the helipad, and for a helipad we charge $10 million, and after that $10 million they add something more as well. That can we use your engineers and for 30 days or 60 days, and for that we charge $1 more million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so sales order is it was for $10 million, and now I am changing that sales order from $10 million to $11 million,
Okay.
and that $1 million extra I assign to the WBS element. And
Uh-huh.
when I see the report, I can see the report that this was my original structure, original sales order, and
Mm-hmm.
now this is my change order.
Okay.
And he asked me that change order could be from sales side, or it could be from internal side. For
Mm-hmm.
internally, we are changing, or maybe price got increased for a particular product, and now
Mm-hmm.
we have to change that internally. That is also the change order. We have to create the change order.
Correct.
This is the first question he asked, and then he asked second question that I would like to see the, for example, we plan it, then we budget it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we have this all the expenses we are doing it, and then I see the funds that I want to see overall reports in one place, that this was my planning, this was my budgeting, this was funds available, and out of this funds we have used this much money for each WBS element. This kind of overview of structure I would like to see.
Okay. Yeah, you can
Question
have a
three,
few
four
reports.
question.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
for that change, yeah, so for change order, I told him
Mm-hmm.
that I will do it on the Wednesday,
Mm-hmm.
because Wednesday I'm going to do the sales as well. So I get enough time to understand how sales change order and sales order is working it. On tomorrow's session, I'm going to cover the settlement
Mm-hmm.
and AUC, the AUC process.
Okay, great.
And for AUC also, they said they are not using like asset accounting,
Mm-hmm.
but can they use as a product? I said, yeah, I think so. You can use the product. And then they said, we have equipment. Like we
Mm-hmm.
have the lathe machine, we have different machines. So we are using as a equipment. So I said, equipment is your asset, right?
Right, right, exactly.
So I told them, yes, equipment is your asset and you can settle the cost for that equipment.
Correct.
So this is what they asked me question.
Okay.
Okay. And today when I tried after listening them, I tried it because I know the budgeting and I released the budget, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
when I go to the CG20 and no, this is a structure planning change. Let me see.
You're checking for budget?
Yeah, I want to release the budget.
CJ32.
How that is going to I'm sorry, CJ32.
CJ32? Yeah.
Okay. So I got confused because I just defined
Mm-hmm.
CJ32. Yes, I'm very bad in transaction codes. Okay. So we planned it, we
Mm-hmm.
budgeted, right?
Right?
Then we release the budget. So
Mm-hmm.
release the budget means we got the fund for that budget.
Exactly. So you already
Okay.
have the
So
fund for that budget, but the thing is, you are allocating that budget step by step. Not you're not using the budget all at once.
Huh? So
Even
how
though
do
you
we?
have the budget, will be
Uh-huh.
in some scenarios, what happens is even though we have the budget approved, the business or the higher level management, they want to know in which cases and for which object the budget is getting consumed, so that we'll be requesting them. So for this, so I'm going to start say level 3 WBS activities today. So I want
Mm.
whatever the 2 lakh million 2 lakhs that has been assigned, so I want that budget to be released. So other activities, that's okay, fine, because I'm not starting now. So I will request for an approval later on. So, but for level 3, I need an approval from you. So what they do is, because this CJ32 will give access only to particular persons who have a rights to release the budget. So then they will
Okay.
come over here and they will give the budget, whatever they want to be released, and they will save it and they will inform the same person saying that so and so budget has been released. So you can please carry on with your activities.
Okay. So I thought the same thing that this is the release means. And I came over
Yeah.
here and I tried. Okay, let me give here to 100,000, $20,000 release. And here
Mhm.
also I thought that let me give to $20,000 budget.
Uh-huh.
And when I press enter and when I give the total up here,
Uh-huh.
when I give here total up and when I try to save it, it was giving me error message
Mhm.
that you see, because of you, this got saved. Otherwise, it was giving me error message. Just a second, Samir. Just a
So,
second.
Super, maybe you can do one thing. Once you get that error message, just take a screenshots, okay?
Just hold
Whenever.
on, please, Samir. Yeah. Sorry, Samir. इसको
No,
भी ले
no.
जा. You see, so I don't know how is this possible, Samir. I did the same thing here, 20,000. And here I
Uh-huh.
give 20,000. Here I did the total up. And when I click on the save button,
Uh,
it was giving me the total budget amount is more than something or less than something. I tried two, three times and it gives me same error.
I'm not sure if you have used the same transaction. Is this the same which you have
Yeah,
used?
yeah,
Or else
same,
you.
same transaction. Because I
Okay.
I have noted down the transactions.
Mm-hmm. So have you
Okay, so
noted have you taken a screenshot of that error message?
no, I didn't. Sorry.
Okay, okay, no problem. But from now on, if at all, if you do some changes or something like that, if you get some error messages, try to take a screenshot. Even though if that doesn't appear over here, I will let you know what's the solution or what is the root cause for that.
Okay, sure. So this is done and I can save it, right? It is already saved.
Yeah, it's already saved.
Thank you.
No
So this
problem.
was my question, and I think this is it for today. So what you are going to cover today?
Today, let me show the sales process a bit. Uh, what I'm thinking is if that is the problem with the Wi-Fi, then when you are talking and when you are sharing the screen, it should have some interruptions. But I don't.
Hmm. Because we were talking that India has a very good Wi-Fi than America these days.
Yeah, Wi-Fi is good, but my system. You see, the opening itself, it's taking time.
Yes.
Oh, yes. So we'll be having multiple order types. So I'm just going to use the one which is available as a standard. Or
Yes, I can tell you that I already did practice couple of them. I do not know like basics of it,
okay,
but
okay, okay.
I yes, but I tried it. I can tell you it's something not OR. Hold on, let me tell you.
Sure, sure.
Where do I see the order type? If I can show you my screen, you
Yeah,
will be able to tell me. Okay, let me share my
you
screen
have
and
opened.
you will. Okay, let me see
You have opened the
your
sales order.
screen. Yes, I opened the sales order.
Let me know the sales order number.
Sales order number is 5.
So you can just select. You are still seeing my screen, right?
Yes, I'm using the same material
Yeah, you are seeing the,
because
you are seeing my screen.
yes, I can. I see. Yes.
So this is the header data. So once you click on this header
Mhm.
level, you can see what is the order type
Yes,
you have used.
OR1. What happened when we got this system? It was not configured. So one
Okay,
of my partner, she and me, we just like together we configured full system.
fantastic. So even your partner is into FSU or
No, 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 no. She's logistics consultant, 100% like procurement, sales and distribution, plant maintenance, supply chain management. Even she's technical consultant. She knows ABAP as well.
okay, she's a techno functional then.
Yeah, and she knows the basis as well. So she has been in SAP like for 25 years.
Oh my goodness. Great. Good to know. Okay, you have this WBS element.
See, I tried it, but I do not know like the process. They want the profit and loss. Like, okay, this is they receive by sales, and this is the expenses at the end, and this is the total like result.
Yeah, that you can see from the Void Systems side.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, this is the billing plan tab is a crucial tab where we will be seeing all the milestones added. And here the milestones, if you see, they have used the contract
Mm-hmm.
conclusion and all the three is for concept, but this will be different. And you can see the whole percentages. So this whatever 20,000 amount that has been divided into percentages. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and you can also see the blocks over here. These are the billing blocks. Okay, so they can have multiple
Mm-hmm.
reasons for doing the blocks, and we can also set in the configuration what is the block that should be auto populated for that specific milestones or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So here you can see complete confirmation missing. That means
Saying
confirmation
okay.
from the fire system side.
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, it won't, if even if you go for billing to do the billing, the system will say that we have a billing block for that, you cannot proceed for billing. But for this activity,
Mm-hmm.
you can proceed for billing since we don't have any block.
Okay.
So you can also see the milestone numbers over here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
You can see I tried a lot, right, myself.
yeah, 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 yeah. So in that way, I think you will be a very good consultant because until unless we keep on doing some R&D, will not be good consultant.
You
So
will be amazed that I became payroll consultant by myself, by learning by self. Nobody taught me.
Exactly.
And
Yeah, yeah.
I can, like, I'm not praising myself, but I'm really good consultant in payroll, schemas and everything I learned myself.
Fantastic. Good to know. Even you are aware about ABAP or
No, I didn't know ABAP, but I was like in my college time, I had the programming background. So
mm-hmm.
I knew it that, okay, how to programming works.
Okay,
And in
okay.
schema, it's not like about programming. If you have little bit idea, you can write schemas.
Right, right, right. So in programming in the sense, in which language you done that programming? Any
C,
specific?
C++, Java.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I knew
Okay.
this programming, C,
Okay,
C++,
okay.
Java, but I never tried to learn ABAP.
Hmm.
But I know, like, if I have a ABAP dump or something, I can figure out,
Hmm.
okay, in which line and how I can figure it out, that error message.
Exactly, because that doesn't matter until if you just know that programming language, the syntax doesn't matter because the syntax is the only one
Yes,
which
correct,
differs from language to language.
correct.
The logic will be same until unless you have a mindset to view that in a logical point of view, you are very much okay to have what we call whatever it might be the language.
Correct.
Yeah. So even I'm trained into SAP ABAP as well, but not completely. I can develop few custom reports which are not that complex, and I can do some debugging as well. So even since I just had this CCPP background, but actually we have this Python. Have you seen that Python
Yes,
program?
Python.
That is very much user friendly actually when writing when compared to the syntax.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's okay. So yeah, good to know.
Yes, so we are going to, Samir, can we start like from the down payment, from the scratch, like as they want to know
Yeah, sure.
the.
Okay. Just create a project.
Hmm.
So here I'm directly adding a milestone
Mhm.
for this WPS element. So here you can see the actual date.
Okay.
We have this usage which has been already defined by the system.
What are usage?
So what is the purpose of adding this milestone? So you can
Okay,
whether
okay.
you're yeah using that at the start of execution of this project or something like that. So you can have different uses defined at the back end. You can have the description accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Step for starting specification. We need to check this sales document date. Until unless you check this, you will not have these milestones be showcased at the sales order line item level.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Then, so milestone number is 15.
Mm-hmm.
We have the milestones now. Let's create a sales order.
Price we give here this PPR0.
Yeah.
We give the actual price of the sales order or what price we give here?
Yeah, yeah, that's what. It's a nothing but the planned revenue. What is the actual sales order value that we are going to give it over here.
Okay.
So that you are going to see the same cost at the total sales order net value.
Mm-hmm.
And also here, item category is the main important thing which derives this billing plan. If
Okay,
material you
what
have
is the
used
item category? Okay, okay.
this one. Yeah. The TAN is the item category which you have defined for this material
Mm-hmm.
standard item. So at the back end for this item category, you need to have this billing tab activated. Only then,
Mm-hmm.
once you add this item category, you are able to see this billing plan. If not, you cannot see this
Oh,
billing.
okay.
See, once I select that billing plan, system is asking me the WBS element.
Mm-hmm.
So you can give the one which we have just created.
What is the best practice? Like, should I go by network or should I go by the top WBS element or because the sales order is going to create for the full project, correct?
Right. So that
Okay.
depends again, Rupal, based on our requirement. We can either create with the network activity because, say, for example, you have some confirmations on that activity to be done. Then in that case, you will be having these milestones under network activity. If there are no confirmations done, you just what we call you have a dependency, okay, but you
Mm-hmm.
know what dependency is that and you know when it will be completed. In that case, once that specific dependency is completed, you can directly update the actual date on the milestone. So in
Oh,
those
okay.
scenarios, you don't need any confirmations on that milestone or else activity or something to have the actual date updated, because confirming the activity is nothing but it will auto update the actual date on the milestone.
Okay.
So that's why we can use either adding the milestone on the WBS element without any confirmations by manually maintaining the actual date. If not, you can add the milestones under the network activity so that by confirming the network activity, the actual date will be auto-populated by the system.
Okay.
So either way, maintaining the actual date will release the billing block.
Okay.
So this is the one which we have used. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yes. Billing date. We can choose itself. Billing value. So I'm just giving some 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Let me do one thing. We add one more milestone as well, because we need to calculate more 9,000 as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. This is the progress analysis, right? They asked me the progress analysis report as well.
Okay. So do they really have the requirement or they're just seeing the screens and asking about all the things?
No, they are asking it because what is that guy? He's from the Oracle, right? Oracle
Mhm.
project system.
Right.
And they are going to get the system in 10 days. They got the
Okay.
rough structure for the project structure. So now he's asking all these questions. I keep
Okay.
forgetting because when we are like in the session, he's keep asking these kind of questions
Okay. Okay.
because he already worked in Oracle project system.
Mhm.
So now he's comparing Oracle project system to SAP project system.
Mhm. Okay. And you know what? In Oracle, it's very flexible actually. Have you
Yeah,
seen
he
that
said
system?
that. No, I never seen it. He just explaining me everything.
Yeah. Because I've faced the same situation where people have this they are into Oracle system, and we just they're coming up to SAP. So it's a greenfield implementation where we have developed it from the scratch. So all the configuration, just now how you have done that with your colleague. So in a similar way, we have developed that system as per their requirement. And once we have that every requirements in place, they came up saying that we have this in Oracle. How can we achieve this in SAP? And in Oracle, what happens is they have it's what we call, it's very easy to do some developments or something like that in Oracle. So
Yeah,
they
so
can
now
have,
he's comparing. Yeah, so he's comparing
yeah,
everything, each step.
exactly. So they what they do is they because since they have used to that specific system for many years, they generally
Mhm.
don't prefer to switch the system until unless they are comfortable with that, and until unless they get all the requirements that are matching in the other system in which they are doing it in the previous system.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
so
they yeah, they came up with things like why we need this SAP. Then if you don't have this functionality, we have this in Oracle, and why we are not able to do this in SAP, etc. Something like that. But because there is nothing like we can't do that in SAP, but doing that in SAP will be a customization again, because standard SAP will not suffice the requirements when they are especially from the Oracle background.
hmm.
So we need to have some customizations for them to have the functionality the same way how they see it in Oracle.
Yeah, so he was keep asking, like as we are going, he's keep asking the questions. We already created, right? One purchase order. I'm
And
sorry, the sales
no,
order.
yeah, no, I have not created. I have not saved. Just
Okay.
seeing this. Just seeing this.
So one WBS element, you are assigning the two milestones.
Yes.
Why are you assigning the two milestone? Because if we go by one WBS assignment,
Yeah, because if you see it here, just so here we cannot give multiple WBS elements.
yes, I thought so. Mhm. But I can assign the top WBS element, and from there I can get all the milestones, right?
Correct, you can get that. Because
Mhm.
in our case, what I have done is I've taken two level 2 WPS elements which are individually done, and I have given the level 2 WPS element here, under which we don't have any level 3 WPS elements or so.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So just for simplification purpose, I have added two milestones under the same WPS element.
Mhm.
We have the billing blocks and we have the amount.
Mhm. So we create sales order first and then we create the down payment here, or we request the down payment.
No, no, we create the sales order and we'll have the down payment amount as well in the sales order, and then we'll request a down payment. Because if you request directly the down payment with respect to what you're going to bill that, because even if you do if you get the down payment from the customer directly, this you need to
Mhm.
create the sales order and you need to add this down payment as one of the line item, and then you need to proceed for billing.
Oh,
Because
okay,
receiving
okay.
a down payment from the customer is a physical activity, right? Then
Mhm,
you
mhm.
this customer or else he might transfer to your account or something like that. So even though if that activity is finished, then anyhow you need to create sales order and then only you need to update the system accordingly, saying that for this sales order this is the total amount and this is the down payment which we have got from the customer. And then since you
Mhm.
have already received the payment, you can directly update, you can remove the block, you can go for billing and update the down payment amount accordingly.
Okay. But I can do the vice versa. I can receive the down payment
Yeah,
first before I create the sales order, correct?
exactly. You can do that. That's not a problem at all. But you need to make sure that you need to add the exact amounts while creating the sales order and you do the billing accordingly.
Mhm.
Possible entries exist for this field. Okay. And then, no issues.
I was able to save, so I didn't bother.
Yeah, we can save this because it's just a warning message. But in some cases, if at all we have this shipping concept where that specific product delivered, then we need to input this. We can make this field as mandatory so that system will not allow you to save until unless you get that field.
Okay.
Also, we can make a setting in such a way that if at all if you see some incompletion log, system should not save the sales order until unless the log is completely removed.
Mm-hmm.
We have that setting as well in the backend instead of maintaining that specific field as mandatory. But that depends upon the business requirement. So if they don't need any other logs, only the shipping point to be, if that is clear, then system should allow us to save the sales order. Then we can make only the sales shipping point as mandatory and leaving the rest everything. If not, even though if
Mm-hmm.
there is a single log in the log to say in the log items, the system should not allow the sales order to save. Then we can have the configuration accordingly. So we can have
Okay.
it either way. Sales order 7 has been saved. You can see the system status is showing ACPT. That means order has been accepted.
Okay. ACPT.
Yeah. So once you link that sales order to the WPS element, this is the status which is going to be updated to the WPS element. Okay. So now I'll release this. And say, for example, if you have received the down payment, what I'm doing is I'm manually maintaining the actual date, saying that on so and so date, say, for example, on 12, I received the down payment for saving. Let me show you the sales order. So here you can see the bill block is still available.
Mhm.
So I'm just maintaining the actual date on the down payment milestone, that is milestone 15. I'm saving it.
Mhm.
The same sales order on the screen. See the billing block has been removed.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay. So now the sales team is good to proceed with this amount they have for billing.
Mhm.
And billing, okay, see the item category or can cannot be invoiced with billing type. Invoiced with billing type credit. So have you already done the down payment in this system before, Rupal, or
No, no, I didn't do the billing. But I can ask my partner to check it.
yeah, even we can check it, but it will take some time for us to figure it out. Uh, but if they are into SD, then they can directly go to the specific path and maintain exactly.
Okay, so my question is, we
Hmm.
haven't created down payment entries. Once down payment is done, then the person can come to the project system and confirm that milestone that down payment is done.
Correct. So if you are doing in either way, like to say other way, you have already received the down payment, okay? But how we do is because we'll create the sales order first and the product as well in parallel because what you in sales order you need to input the WPS element, right? So then you need to have a product created. So either you can do instead of you can save the sales order and later you can create the product and then you come back to the sales order and assign the WPS element, however it might be. So you need to have the product structure created as well as the sales order created before receiving the down payment. If not, if you already received the down payment, even then you need to follow the same process. You need to have the product structure and the sales order, and then you need to have that milestones created for that specific project and add those milestones in the sales order line item level. And once on the specific date, if you already received the down payment from the customer, and to mention the same date as actual date in the milestone, and it will remove the billing block so that you can proceed for billing.
Hmm. Okay. Okay.
So
Got
once
it.
the down, yeah, so once the down payment, mean to say once this is billing document has been generated, and you can see the accounting entries, and you can see the customer account debits and customer accounts credits and the other accounts getting debited. So you can see those accounting entries, and then once the down payment is done and we are ready to start our execution phase, it's same back to normal process from the product system side. You will do all the activities whatever you are in need to complete that specific sales order. And once you are
Mhm.
ready, if you have multiple milestones in that way, once you reach those specific milestones, you are going to remove that blocks accordingly. The sales team will
Mhm.
proceed for billing. So once everything is ready, then the final amount will be released from the customer, and you will be delivering that product to the customer.
So that means when I'm going to see the reports, like once we have the purchase requisition and purchase order and then goods received, right?
Right, right, right.
Then I see the actual cost. The same into
Yeah,
revenue.
yeah,
When I create the billing, only then I can see the actual revenue generated. Correct?
correct, exactly. So you can see the planned revenue, but the actual revenue will be seen only once the billing is done.
Okay. Okay. I got it. Okay.
Yeah, once you create the
We have
sales
time.
order,
Uh-huh.
the
Uh-huh.
10,000, whatever you have seen, that will be into the planned revenue. Once you do the billing
Uh-huh.
for specific amount, you can see that as an actual revenue.
Okay. 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 So now my next question, if you have time.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So can you show me the change order little bit because they are going to ask me these questions tomorrow 100%.
To be honest, I'm not pretty much aware of that specific change order, Rupal, how we
Uh-huh.
are going to put it. Because even,
Okay. So can I do one thing?
yeah,
Instead
please.
of I keep it a class on Wednesday, I can keep it a day after tomorrow, like on Thursday or Friday. So we will get enough time to practice and deliver them by Friday.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, fine then. You able to?
Yes, I can see your screen.
So I'm just starting it from first. I'm just copying the yesterday sales order.
Okay.
This is in
Why did you select this BR 4 for
Yeah,
1?
so this is a billing rule. So since the first one is a down payment, so we are selecting the
Uh-huh.
billing rule for the down payment will be 4. So you can see the options here. The down payment in the milestone billing on a percentage. So I will be giving the percentage over there. So I've taken this fourth option.
Okay.
Okay. If you give that directly the value instead of percentage, you will be taking the fifth rule.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have billing types over here. FADP I've been using for this down payment request. F1 for the complete invoice. Percentages. So 10% is my down payment. And,
So it's going to be 90%, right?
no. Actually, what happens is the invoicing percentage will be the total amount, excluding the down payment.
Oh, okay.
If you see here, the invoice percentage is 100. If you put it over here as 90, then system will prompt you a message saying that the percentage is not differs from you see the net value is 10,000, whereas the invoice
10,000. Okay.
percentage is 9,000 only. So you can also see the invoice percentage is 9,000. If you go back, the system will prompt you a message. See, sum of billing value differs from the net value.
Okay.
It's not 100. So full invoice percentage should be 100. And down payment
And can
is
I ask one question?
yeah, please.
Can we request the down payment from our project system?
Request, yeah. So request in the sense we'll be having adding that in milestone, but so we can control it from the cloud systems, but you cannot add like this amount or something like that in the cloud system side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is from the cloud systems. Let me show this. So here you can just control it whether in on what date and whether you allow that down payment to be done or not. You can control the things, but you cannot enter any amount over here.
Mm-hmm.
That amount, everything will be done from the sales team only.
Sales order. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So if that is done from the provider systems end, there will be no use of this specific screens.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now let me save this. Now the sales order 8 created. So now, before going to this, I will just put an actual date on this milestone so that it will be okay to release the billing block. Okay. Sales order. The billing block is removed
Yeah.
and we are now ready to bill this amount to the customer. This billing.
How did you go to the billing?
So you can just click on that sales just so on the top you can see sales document.
Okay.
Just click on that, you can see all the options. So in
Okay.
this we have the one which we have selected is relevant for billing. So that's the reason we are
Uh-huh.
selecting it for billing. So if we have a sales order with a with item category as delivery type, then we'll be selecting the deliver option.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just make the note real quick. Okay.
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay.
Hmm. Okay. So right now I'm just clicking on this billing.
Mm-hmm.
So system will prompt you only one item, which is the down payment amount, 1000, and you can also see system is showing some log over here. You can go to this log. You will see that second line item. See, for the second line item, it is blocked because of that billing plan. So the billing block we
Yes.
have, right? We have not maintained any actual date on that specific milestone because since it's not ready. So system will prompt you message for this specific amount, but we are okay. We can still proceed for billing. You can just click on save so that it will generate the billing document. You see document number 9 has been saved. You can also display that. So this is the billing document for that. So this is the material and this is the document number and he is the payer and this is the amount.
Mm-hmm. So this is the down payment request generated?
Yes. So this is the down payment request. So once we receive that specific down payment, then the FI team will clear the down payment request against this number. So
Hmm.
you can also see in customers report terms. So you can see versus this 1000 as a down payment. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this report I think you are aware of, right? The customer open line items display.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So once we receive that specific down payment from the customer, we'll be informing the FI team so that they will be clearing that customer down payment account. Uh, I
Okay.
didn't remember the exact transaction, but I think I've touched 39. Yeah. So clear
Yeah.
customer down payments. So
No,
this will be
but
done. Mhm.
usually in down payment, how do we do the entry? First, we receive the down payment, for example, 1,000, $2,000.
Mhm.
Once we receive the down payment is my liability. So it has to be go to liability account.
Correct.
Then I create the invoice.
Correct.
Once I create the invoice, then I'm going to adjust the down payment entry to the invoice amount.
Correct.
Once I adjusted that, and then I'm going to clear the down payment because now whatever the down payment amount is going to get cleared, and
Mhm.
I need to adjust that clear down payment amount to the invoice as a partial payment. So system is going to come up with the exact accounts receivable.
Right. Right. That's true. So we can see the
So
accounting document as well for this. So that will be going to a special ledger. You can see,
uh-huh.
which is for down payment request. So once a full invoice has been delivered, we can then readjust this down payment to the revenue account, the main revenue account, to which the full invoice has been done, and then
Mhm.
clear this. And one more thing to let you know, so we have two types of billing here. So one is the one which you have just seen, which is a milestone billing. Okay, and
Mhm.
the other thing is a periodic billing.
Milestone billing and periodic billing.
Yeah, yeah, periodic. So this milestone billing is the one which we have just seen. So we'll be having milestones added into the project systems. If not, you can add these milestones directly in the sales order level as well. Okay, based on the billing plan, reference billing plan, which we can create at the backend config.
Mhm.
Can add it directly from the sales order, which are of the sales order milestones. If not, we can add from the project system side. The milestones which we create from the project systems can be added to the sales order the way which we have done just now. So that is milestone billing. So that means once you reach that specific milestone, then you are going to uh, do the payment or else, raise the invoice to the customer or something like that. So you will
Mhm.
be billing to the customer as per the milestones completion. Whereas the periodic billing is nothing but it doesn't depend upon the completion or something like that. So once maybe periodically you will be billing to the customer. Say for example, if you are taking some internet expenses or something like that, if not the setup box or some dish, TV, etc. So you'll be paying money directly to that specific vendor. So that is how the periodic billing will be. So every month end, you will be generating an invoice to the customer to pay some so and so amount. Uh, so that is called as periodic billing. So just to take as an example, you can take go with the rent or some internet expenses or something, whatever it might be. So
Mhm.
which are billed to the customer periodically.
Mhm.
Okay, they will have some fixed amount for that. So there will be so in periodic billing, we'll be having mainly the contracts for that. Specifically, if at all, if they have taken chosen a plan, say for example, internet expense, if they have chosen a plan of 1 year, something like that, we'll be creating a contract for that specific 1 year, and then we'll have that in 1 year we'll be having this 12 months, and we add this 12 months as a billing in the billing plan tab as a 12 months as a 12 line items, and every month
Mhm.
we'll be releasing one block, and that will be billed to the customer, and he'll be paying that amount. So periodically we'll be doing that billing, whereas milestone is the one which we have just done. So one until unless we reach that specific milestone or we complete that specific activity, will not bill to the customer.
Okay.
So these are the two types of billing what we have as of now. So and
So in billing project system, we go by milestone, right? Or we can go
right, right.
from the periodic billing as well. No, we cannot go
No, no.
periodic
Yeah, yeah.
billing
We
from.
can go with milestone billing only.
Okay.
Yeah. So we can. So I think you are okay with this because we can release one more block and we can go with the final payment in the similar way. So the billing block will be removed for the other line item as well, and you can do the billing with that specific option which we have just seen. You can go to the billing plan. And this you can remove either manually or you can maintain the actual date on that specific milestone. To remove this, you can see this is the billing status. Okay, you click
Mhm.
on this. C is for invoiced, which has been already we have raised the invoice to the customer, and you can
Mhm.
see A it is still open. So that's the reason
Okay.
for the first one. The line item is grayed out and it is in C status, whereas the second line item is still in editable mode and with status as A, which is open.
A. Mhm.
And you can also see the document flow for this. So here is the icon to view the document flow, where exactly and how it has started and where are we exactly now. So we have created the sales order first with 8, and we have a down payment request of 1,000, which is completed
Mhm.
but not yet cleared. Okay.
And this transactions, how do we see in project system if down payment is done or requested already or we received? Do we have any idea that we can do it? We can see it in project system?
No, 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 no. We cannot see that
We
in project
cannot see.
systems.
Okay.
Yeah. So we can only see that whether that milestone has been updated with the actual date or not.
Okay. That's it, right?
So the yeah, yeah. So from in from project system side, that is the part which we can do. And if required, then we can ask the sales team saying that, so I have maintained the actual date and the billing block is removed. Just let me know once the payment is done, or else once the invoice has been raised to the customer and payment has been done. If not,
Mm-hmm.
if we don't have that, if you don't want to ask, or if they are not communicating with us, then we can only do one thing. We can just check our reports on day-to-day basis, so to see whether that amount has been updated or not. Because once that amount
Okay.
has been updated, you can see that in our PS reports. So saying that so and so revenue has been updated as an actual revenue.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. Let me show one thing so that you will be. You can use PS01 transaction, which is easy access for project information systems. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wherein you can get all the reports over here. I'm just going to the financials, and you see costs, revenues, expenditures, receipts. I'm just selecting this just for as an example, since I have revenues in this.
Mm-hmm.
So I have given our project. I'm just executing. See, you can see the planned revenue is 10,000.
Yes.
You will not see the actual revenue since it's a down payment, which is not yet cleared.
Uh-huh.
The $1,000, whatever it may be. So I have cleared the second invoice in the previous project. So I'll just execute that for the previous project, which I have created yesterday. Okay. So you can see the actual revenue as well. See actual revenue 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the reports. So in this you can come to this report and you can see, if you can see that actual revenue is still zero, then you can come to a conclusion saying that even though I have released the billing, the sales team is yet to raise an invoice to the customer, and customer is yet to pay that specific amount.
Okay.
But you
So what
cannot
is the
directly.
difference? Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Sorry,
What
tell
is
me.
the difference between actual cost and actual expenses in this report? Because I thought that we have
Um,
only plan cost, plan revenue, right? Actual cost, actual revenue.
right. And expenses, even I'm not sure on this because I just
Okay.
took a random report, Rupal. Maybe I can,
Okay. Okay.
uh, yeah, I can just check the formula how it is. So by the reportings, yeah, I will let you know. Okay, we can
Okay.
since
Okay. Okay.
these are
Sure.
just
Sure.
the report parameters. Maybe we can check the backend formula what it is updated, so that we can come to know is there any difference between this planned and planned, I mean to say planned cost or planned expenditures.
Okay.
So you are aware of this report pointer as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect then. We can anyhow check the backend formulas.
Okay. So we have in project system, there is something called the invoice plan. What is that?
Invoice plan.
Yes.
Uh, just a minute, let me check it. On which particular item it
When you go
is?
to edit cost, you select any line item for the activity and you go to,
For the activity.
uh,
Okay,
yes,
let
for the
me take a
activity.
different project. It cost.
I think it is an activity.
Okay,
If you click,
activity. I have
if you
selected.
select the activity, if you go to edit activity,
Okay, activity option. Okay,
there is invoicing plan.
pricing plan. Billing plan not available for internally processed activities. Not sure, Rupal, because I have not used this option as of now. Maybe
Okay.
I can check it. Plan. Okay, we have some dates over here. Create dates in invoicing plan. Okay, so I think since we are updating the dates manually in the sales order line item level, if you remember. So I
Uh-huh.
think we can get these dates automatically if we create it from here. But not sure. I'm just pre-assuming that. Maybe I will do some R&D on this and will let you know.
Sure.
Yeah. cost and budget. So these are few reports, Rupal, which you can see. All are S underscore the standard SAP reports which are available for our power systems, in which you can, based on your requirement, you can select the specific report. So if you see this first report, it will showcase our actuals, commitments, total plan, etc. And if you want something related to the budget, this is related to cost. So if you want budget related, you can see the budget related reports as well.
Yeah, I seen some of this and I got it an idea, but except the progress report, I couldn't understand how to execute because I didn't see that progress report.
This
So
one,
do I need to? Yes, progress report. Yes.
so we need some confirmations for that. And okay.
What do you mean by confirmation? Confirmations like we were doing in
Yeah, yeah,
CG20 and for
yeah,
internal audit?
yeah, network confirmations. And so based on that, it will showcase the progress where exactly that specific project is, whether it is, mean to say, even to run this progress, we need to have this progress analysis configuration from the backend, which needs to be done. So CN, I think E1, we need to also run this transaction, CN E1 or CN E5, I'm not sure. Yeah, provide
Mm-hmm.
progress. Something same like settlement. We need to run this transaction so that the system will capture that progress of the specific project, and we can then see that in the reports.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can
So
we
let
try?
me.
Can we try this? Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. So I need to do the config as well, Rupal. So I'll do the
Okay.
config
Okay.
today, and maybe I will just try one scenario before explaining.
Okay. Sure.
And Rupal, regarding the change order, I think I'm not the exact or else right person to explain you that clearly. But as I might do some research on that, but I can I have not worked in that earlier as well. So maybe
Uh-huh.
I cannot give a clear-cut idea on that specific change order and how it is going to work, because mainly the O2C team will be taking care of that. But still, I'll just check and let you know what idea I have got on that. Okay. But maybe
Okay.
if you
Sure.
can check with your specific the colleague who has the O2C experience, the one you which you said, right, who has configured the everything,
Uh-huh.
maybe she might be the right person. She or he might be the right person for you to let you know what
Because
exactly the change order and how it is behaving.
because when I was trying to do the reading on the Google about the change management, some
Mm-hmm.
of the articles saying that that is the part of portfolio, and change management is the separate add-on in the SAP system. So
Mm-hmm.
we can configure and we can check it. And some
Mm-hmm.
says that when you go to project system, under project system, you have the change management. But when I go there in project system, I don't see the change management. Even that company where I'm going, they also have the same thing. Under when they click on project system, under
Mm-hmm.
project system, yes, in IMG screen, under project system, they have the change management, but we don't have it here.
Okay, I think they might have not taken the license for that specific
Yes,
this system. That is the case, then they
yes,
might have.
yes. So that might be the reason we don't have it here.
Yeah.
And he
So,
just got stuck over there in the change order. His
so you can
concern
see
is like
this.
because, huh?
Sorry. Please go ahead.
He worked in Oracle, right? So he
Right.
said that what happened, like first, he gave us example as well
Mm-hmm.
that customer order for $1 million of the rig assembly. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and after that rig assembly, he came up and he said that okay, can you add a helipad as well to the this rig? So we said that okay, for rig it's going to be $500,000. He said, okay,
Mm-hmm.
go ahead and just add to the sales order. So
Okay.
the projects or that sales order now is going to be $1.5 million. Now,
Mm-hmm.
because this has changed, my project system is also going to change because
Mm-hmm.
now I'm going to add one more WBS element or two more WBS element. Or if I do
Mm-hmm.
not add WBS element, the current WBS element, whatever we have it, we have to change and we have to add those helipad cost expenses to those to WBS element.
Okay.
So the previous the structure is going to be separately, and from the, for example, today's date, November 12th, we
Mm-hmm.
changed it. So from today's date is going to be show you the changed project system. So we can
Mm.
track it from this date to this date. We use this project system, and this is the from this date we changed this one, and from today this is our project system, project structure from
Okay.
today.
Yeah, that we can see, Rupal. We have an option of version management in the product systems where we can have different multiple versions. We can save the versions accordingly, and then you can view that versions also. Let me show you one thing. Let's see. Okay, just a minute. I'm recollecting that specific transaction. This is a report. One. Just a minute, Rupal.
Sure.
CN.
CN 72.
Fantastic. Key. So just create one list. So we can use this E2 E3. So the current structure of E2 E3 is this. Okay. So the current structure is this. Okay, we have only as of now two level 2 WPS elements, and this is how the structure is. So let me save this as a version V3.
Mm. I
I
think we
need to
just give
consider.
zeros. If we give 0001, will that work?
No, I for that it should be
Oh,
Let's see, version is being saved 001. Already exist. Okay. 0001 and 001. Let's try this. Yeah, version data. Version.
Hold on. Where did you go? I don't know. What did
No,
you do?
no. I'm just saying if that works, then I can explain you. If not,
Okay, okay.
not. SAP structure oriented. Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So we have created a version of so we have used that CN72, which I have
Mhm,
just said. CN72 is to create a version. So right now, this is the project. Okay, the initial how the project is looking. So we have one level one WPS and two level two WPS. Under this, we have these activities. Uh,
mhm,
so so what we'll do is we'll save this version so that it will be for our future reference on how the project before starting. Okay. So
mhm,
what I have done is I had just given our project and I have given a version key and I have given that description and a group.
mhm.
Okay. And I just executed this and saved the version.
Okay.
Okay. So once you save that, you can, so CN41N is the one of the transaction for the reporting purpose only. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So it's a product info system. It will showcase all the WPS element structure status. We have multiple fields under that. So in this, you need to select the database profile. Just click on that database profile and select this version data
Mhm,
and select this. So select the version data and select the product version which we have just created. This
mhm.
one. Select, execute. So you can see the complete structure how it is. Okay, this is how it
QE
is.
structure work. Uh-huh.
The current structure. Okay.
Correct.
So now, if at all some say something which you have just said, a specific person as requesting to add some helipad or something other activity for which you need to add few WS elements under this activity under project. Okay,
Mhm,
what we'll do is we'll try to add few WS elements. Say, So now the structure has been changed, right? So it has
Mhm.
one more WPS that got added to this. So now try to, if you go back, N41N, select the database profile with version data, select version data, the version which we have created, execute.
Yes, this one added over here, but this is as per him,
Yeah.
my original
So
version. Uh-huh,
right. So this is the current version. Okay, what we are going to see.
uh-huh,
So what is there before adding this is you can just click the version with current date. Sorry, the previous version 0001 which we have
uh-huh,
created. Okay, and click on display.
uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Oh, that is
So it
the
will not
okay,
showcase you.
okay,
Okay, so that
okay.
means
Uh-huh,
you can have this specific version as a baseline version or something, whatever the description you want, you can give that as a description, and you can just save this version. So it will be, so you can save this in this way in multiple versions. Okay, you can say that at the time of start, or at the time of in between some time, or at the time of ending. So by default, if you don't select any version, it will show the current date.
current data, okay.
Okay, that means how the current product structure is.
Mm-hmm.
If you have multiple versions, you can create, and then you can, based on the versions, you can select that, and you can see how the product structure in that specific scenario.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe this you can showcase to him if this helps for him, uh, for
Yeah.
his requirement.
Okay, yeah, it might help. So I'm going to work on this tomorrow. See
Hmm. Hmm.
what I understood and everything, and definitely I'm going to come up with a lot of questions.
Sure. Not a problem at all.
Okay, so sales also, I will try to complete everything and
Hmm.
see you tomorrow and show you that
Yeah,
what
maybe
I
Rupal,
did.
you can do one thing. You just create a file structure, okay, and
Uh-huh.
define a version first for that, okay,
Mm-hmm.
the way which we
Mm-hmm.
have done, and then you do the planning, and then you also do some budgeting to that, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and then you post some actuals on that, okay, and
Mm-hmm.
link the sales order to that, post
Mm-hmm.
some revenue on that. Don't do complete billing. So just post some partial billing so that we can get some. Say if we have 10,000 as a sales order planned revenue, just try to do some 5,000 revenue. Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
once you post these actuals, then just check all the reports what you have so that you can see, and also do some PRs. Don't do GRs for that as of now. Okay, and for
Mm-hmm.
few of them,
Mm-hmm.
you directly post some journal entries and do some GRs, etc. In this way, you can see total what is the planned cost, what is the budget allocated, and what is the consumed budget, and what is the revenue that has been planned, what is the actual revenue, and so that you can see in the reports exactly where the project is.
Okay, so here I have one questions. There you go.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
when
yeah,
I
please.
have the budget, you said the
Mhm.
budget, it's going to show you the consumed budget. But
Correct.
budget, just defining the budget, it's good, or I have to release the budget and then system is going to show me that from the release budget, how much I consume because budget I just defined, right? So do I have to release the budget?
Yeah, so that we have a config at the back end. So if you configure that the releasing as well, then you need to release the budget. So if you see this budget
Okay.
profile, so you have this releases
Mm-hmm.
option. Okay,
Okay.
availability control. Since this is not checked as of now, and availability activation type is also zero.
Zero. Uh-huh.
If you see zero, that is cannot be activated. Okay, so you should make this if at all if you are using this budget profile.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we need to activate this, and then based upon our requirement, whether you need that budget to be consumed overall, or only it should be using the released budget. This we can define from the config side. Okay. So that you can have if we have this availability control, you can have the error messages or the warning messages once you reach that specific budget limits.
Mhm.
So in that way,
Okay.
you can do that. So if you have
Okay.
configured these releases, then you can you consume the budget only the budget which is released, not the overall budget.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe you can
So I'm
do
going to.
this today or tomorrow at your free time, so that we can check all the reports how that is exactly behaving.
No, I'm going to do it today.
Yeah,
When we
yeah,
are going to meet
perfectly
tomorrow,
fine.
I will be done everything.
Sure, sure, sure. Great. That would be great.
Okay. And I'm going to study as well. I'm going to talk to with my friend about the change order. Let's see what she's saying. But
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
think he's looking for this is the version thing, like different options, but he's calling that is the change management.
Okay. If that is the case, then we are good because this is a bit simple. Even though, even if he's looking for that change management exactly, even that will be
Uh-huh.
good for us as well if we can learn that. But not sure if he's able to satisfy, if we are going to satisfy him or not. But anyhow, if you get some idea on that, Rupal, maybe you can share the same with me.
Okay, sure.
Even
I'm
I'll
going to
see.
do that because his concern was he gave me that example, one example,
Mm-hmm.
and another example he gave us that we had we just create the structure project structure at a
Okay.
one cost. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that for example $1.2 million, that is our total project structure cost. Okay, now
Okay.